Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Hello and welcome to the first round of the 2023 F1 Action Balkan GT Challenge for the 3 hours of Silverstone. 3 countries, 30 cars, 60 drivers, 4 races across 4 months. 1 target, the championship. Tonight we broadcast live from the F1 Action Commentary booth. Myself, Assetto Corsa, and alongside me, Lefteris Axiotis and Alexandru Siklovan. Lefteris, I would like to start with you and tell us a little bit about the championship, and also thank you for your company here tonight.
Hello Stathis, hello everyone, good evening and welcome. This is the first race that we're going to watch to a new project that we have been working for nearly a year now. An idea that came when we did the friendly event of F1 Action versus Racing League Romania. I believe it was in February 2021, and then the idea came forward of broadening this project, and that brings us tonight here at Silverstone with 3 nations, Greece, Turkey and Romania, for a 4 races league, an endurance league of 3 hours. We will have all the time to talk about it, to analyze it, and say so much more about it. But before that, we should also welcome our friend Alexandru Silkovan from the Racing League Romania, who is here with us for the broadcast tonight. Obviously, it would be in English. So, Alex, welcome and good evening.
It's a pleasure to have you around again. It's been a pleasure ever since we started collaborating and doing events together, and now I'm really, I don't know, emotional, I would say, to see this project beginning and to see our free league sending such good representatives to start this Balkan season. We'll have all the time in the world, as you said, Lefteris, to talk about all the details of this small championship in the beginning, and one that aims to expand, because we're always thinking like 2 steps ahead in time. Now we are launching this concept, and we hope to see it as a memorable date in the future of Balkan sim racing in general, because it can go from strength to strength. I am absolutely positive about it.
I hope so. It has been working so far fine between the 3 crews actually. It took a lot of effort to communicate, to find a common line, to set up everything. This is, as you called it yourself, season 0. That's how we branded the first series of the 4 races, and hopefully we will have many, let's hope, numerous seasons after season 0.
That would be my expectation as well.
Okay, so we have so many things to talk about. Currently we are in the practice session. We have not all the drivers, not all the crews inside the server, because officially the qualifying session starts at 19:45. This is Greek time, and it will be only for 10 minutes, which it's stressful enough, even for us that we're not racing. And at 8 o'clock, we are expecting to see the very first race start of this series. And I don't know, Stathis, you have experience from endurance races. You have been participating for yourself as a driver in endurance series, and maybe you can give us some further info of how exhausting it is. What are we going to expect, because we have crews of 2s that they will have to swap drivers, and maybe you can give us some more details about the endurance series and how the driver swapping works.
First of all, I would like to welcome all our viewers who have tuned in already. Hello everyone in the chat. Hope you are doing well and enjoy tonight's race. Yes, as you've said, I have raced in endurance races. It's something big. It's not about full speed. It's not about going like it's a 10-minute Formula Ford race. You have to think ahead of yourself. It's a very big decision. Even if you are in traffic, do you decide to overtake and lap a car on this corner, wait until the next straight? It's not an easy decision. It's very tough, and physically and mentally. And yes, I say physically, even though it's a simulator. It's very tough on your body. I remember doing the Le Mans 24 hours last year. My big stint was 3 hours and 40 minutes, and it was literally exhausting, both mentally and physically. You have to be tough on your mind and make the correct decisions, and most of all, you have to stay consistent, because consistency will be key. Avoiding mistakes will be key. And overall speed and team communication and how you work, how the teammates will work, will be very, very important to achieve a great result in the race. As you've said, this is season 0. We are in the first race of the 4-round Balkan GT challenge. It's exciting times, and I am 100% sure that nobody is 100% ready for this challenge, because the teams are new. I'm sure the drivers of each country know each other, but racing against 20 other cars from other countries will be something different. We see ourselves, the cars that are on circuit right now, doing final preparations, adjusting the fuel stint, checking tire pressures. It's all coming together, and I'm pretty sure that adrenaline and pulses, the heart rates will go over the moon. They will skyrocket in the next 15 minutes, because we are 17 before qualifying begins for the first race of the season.
I will pass the same question to Alex before we move on introducing the roster of each team, if he has had any experience as a driver, that is, in any endurance series.
Well, actually, by myself in real life racing, yeah, I'm currently the Romanian Endurance Series champion in the touring car category. In the past 2 years, yeah, we've been experiencing races up to 500 kilometers in real life. So yeah, I've been doing these races hands-on in the most physical way possible for of course our region and our budget. But in sim racing, yeah, I've been managing our Team West competition up to the 24-hour events, like the 24 hours of Spa. So from the sidelines, from a strategic point of view, I've seen what it takes. I've seen the driver's preparation for such an event, and I know how hard it can be. Here we have 3-hour races, and the most interesting thing is the format, is the freedom, the strategical freedom that has kept everyone guessing and testing and trying various solutions just to see what would be the fastest way to solve this equation of a 3-hour race with the constraints that we have defined. We will detail these after the briefing, after the qualifying session. We have all the time to explain exactly why we thought about the format that seems interesting on paper, and I hope to validate it with the racers. I hope they're going to enjoy it, and they will come back and say that what we picked has been successful.
Well, I'm happy to have you both in the lead commentary, because I have zero experience in endurance races. I have only been racing in Formula 1 cars, so I'm very happy, and I'm sure that the viewers will be also happy, because you can give them all the details for this endurance series. So I believe this is a good time to start introducing the roster of each team, of each country actually, and let me see if I can get the cards right and show you and walk you through the rosters of each country. Yes, there we go. So let's start with the Greek the Greek crews. We have Haris Mitropoulos and Panos Kikos, who will be racing with Omega Esports. Then we have Prokos and Parthenis for GameSpace Mediterranean College Esports. Panagiotakopoulos and Kyriazis is the third crew for Missed Apex, and Petsas Kokinis will be for the Roadrunner Vroom Vroom. That's the name of the team, believe it or not. We have Tasopoulos and Palopoulos for Omega Red. It's actually the sister team of Omega Esports. Spiropoulos with Labru will be racing for Hellas Sim Gold, and their sister team is Hellas Sim Missed Apex, for which Takur and Giannakopoulos will be driving. We have then Mamoulakis and Sarantidis for the sister team of Roadrunners. This is the Roadrunners Beep Beep from the famous cartoon I believe we all grew up with, the Coyote and the Beep Beep. And the ninth crew is Psifidis and Kotsinis for Cosmos Rally Kart Academy. And finally, the 10th crew for the Greek team is Siopis and Christian Grzybowski for Hellas Sim Purple. So we have 3 teams for Hellas Sim, 2 teams for Roadrunners, and 2 teams for Omega Sports, and 2 teams for Missed Apex. They all managed to somehow collaborate. And these are the 10 crews for the Greek team. Let's move on with the Turkish crews. You will have to excuse me for the pronunciation. I will try to do my best with the names. So we have Güneşu and Yilmaz for Sensible Racing, Aydogan and Sarikaya for Dennis Bank Wildcats, Ayçiçek and Kumartaslioglu for Team Anatolia. Then we have Akar and Demir Bakan for Chemically, Senturk and Akaroglu for Garage 90. Akiol and Unal will be racing for the Caspian Motorsport, and Yüce and Oskan for the Tenax Racing. We have Akbulut and Kesking for Aperta Motorsport, Selvi and Berkan for SRTR Racing Team, and Albal and Aydogan for S-Force. These are the 10 crews that the Turkish team will be competing in this Balkan GT link. And finally, of course, we have the Romanian roster, and thank God we have Alex with us to correct me with the names. We have Simeon and Nicolae. For those who have watched the Greece versus Romania, most of the names will be very familiar because you have seen them. So we have Simeon and Nicolae for Rapid 1923 Esports Home, and Apostol and Miklea for Rapid 1923 Esports Away. These are sister teams, obviously, and to separate them, we have this distinction of home and away team. It's very, very smart, like a football match. Dascalescu and Rusu will be for Digital Racing Squad VSG. Mistreanu and Savescu for Monday Racers, although it's Saturday, we wish them all the best. Oprea and Konstantin with Cerberus Racing Project. Pirvu and Enache, is it Enache or Enache?
Enake.
Enake.
Yeah, you can say it.
Okay, Pirvu and Enache for PG Motors. Michinete and Boltasu for Wise Racing. Poama and Rosu for Digital Racing Squad and AK Motorsport. This is a combination of teams, I believe. And Prepelica Tufeanu for Adversio Esports, and Kirvase and Movila for GTS Motorsports. These are the Romanian crews. Of course, we do not expect you to remember them by heart. It will take a lot of time, but we will do our best during the live stream to show you all the crews through the battles that we will be having for this very, very first round of the Turkish-Greece Romania or the Balkan GT Challenge 2023. So I believe that I can move off with the blank screen and start preparing for the qualifying. Although it's no, we have quite enough time since the beginning of the qualifying. So maybe Alexandru, I don't know if you agree. Maybe it's a good time to start talking about the rules and the qualifying format, and in general the format of the race. I don't know if you agree.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's quickly go through what we have in store for our wonderful entry list because to me it looks very, very solid what we're having there. So the challenge that we are proposing for the upcoming 4 months, we're gonna have one reunion like this every 4 weeks. So on the 14th of January, then we will meet again in 28 days on February 11, then March 11, and finally the last round on the 8th of April. We are now getting ready for a qualifying session that will only take place for 10 minutes, which means not a lot of running, not a lot of opportunities on a track that's gonna be filled with GT3 cars. So traffic is gonna be an issue. We can have various strategies here in qualifying, either one run of one out lap and one timed lap. Then you go to the pits and come again. If you really want to have as little fuel as possible in your race car, or if you prefer just to get into the groove and start running for 3 or 4 timed laps, if you will exit the pit lane fast enough, you might be able to squeeze one more flyer, because the laps here at Silverstone are just below 2 minutes. So some of you racers here might be able to squeeze in that extra lap. You can just go and get your groove, find your open space, some free gap, some clean air onto the Silverstone track, and aim for pole position. I think we have at least 5 or 6 crews that think about starting this race from pole. We're not going to talk about favorites here. You will see them in the qualifying race and in the race. But the race format itself is gonna be a 3-hour race with some rules that are not as common as you might have thought. Some of them who are racing internationally are already starting to have, I don't know, let's say an automated mode of thinking about those 65-minute stints that you also have in real GT3 racing. In here, there's nothing like this. So basically, the only idea is that both drivers need to be in the car at a certain point in time during the race, and they have a limit. Each driver should be in the car for no more than 100 minutes out of a total of 180 plus what still remains from the final lap. So it's a 100-minute per driver limit, and that's it. And this means that the teams have explored various avenues. Some of them have tried to think whether they can fuel save dramatically and attempt to do this race as a one-stop race, to race for 90 minutes and then to change driver and move to the second one, who will also attempt to do clinical fuel saving. This has proven unrealistic and also slow as a strategy. I highly doubt that anyone attempts to do this in a race that's going to be drive, in a race where nobody has picked the models that are most eager to be able to achieve this, like the Bentley. We have no Bentley on the grid. This would have been a car to even contemplate this idea. It seems too radical, so let's take it out of the equation. So it's going to be either a 2-stop race in which one of the drivers needs to have a long stint of 80 minutes, and the other one will do 2 shorter stints amounting to no more than 100 minutes, or the fastest way of running, of having consistently very fast lap times, a free stopper. Every driver will... Yeah, I'm thinking that there will be cars that might think that a free stopper is the way to go, and not attempting to fuel save for 80 plus minutes and sacrifice one of the drivers, making him be a human calculator and attempt that long stint. Let's see who goes for this, who goes for 2 stops, who goes for 3 stops. This strategic flexibility makes it for a great race. I'm not hiding stuff that I know. I don't know strategies already. I know that they were evaluating these options. So let's not be amazed if somebody is going for a free stopper. But yeah, the two stops I think is gonna be the most common if you have the right drivers who can manage to squeeze in 80 minutes of conservative mapping, lifting off the throttle, and all the techniques necessary to fuel save in a GT3 to push it up to 1 hour and 20, 21, 22 minutes.
I like your way of thinking. I very much like your way of thinking, and it excites me when a team, especially during mid-race, choose to switch from one strategy to another. In 1 minute, we are going for the three-stopper, but no, the two-stopper is better, and we have a better track position, and we can do this, we can do that. It's very exciting, and I believe everyone is walking, not running. Right now, they are working blindfolded, and some teams have an idea what will happen. Some others, they are in a journey to the unknown, and I am very excited. We are 3 minutes before qualifying, and everything is about to go down very, very hard. Lefteris.
Do we have any restriction regarding the tires? How many tire sets they can use, or is it free?
No, it's absolutely free. Everyone can use as many tire sets as they want. That's absolutely no restriction.
And before we move on with the qualifying, I would kindly like to ask Stathis to have a look at the live chat and let us know if everything is okay with the stream, if the sound of each one of you, because we didn't have time to have a sound check. We faced some technical issue just before the live stream. So please let us know if you can hear clearly Stathis and Alex. Myself not so much, because I will be on the direction, so it will be the two of them on the lead commentary, and those are the two guys that you want to hear clearly. So give us your comments on the live chat. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, because all 4 races for season 0 will be broadcasted live from this channel. You can also find all the details for the league on SimGrid, where we are hosting all the information, the calendar, the team rosters, and I believe the standings will also be there after the race, or soon after the race. Alex?
Absolutely. Yeah, I will upload the files once we finish the race, and then if it's up for the stewards, because we need to say hi to the wonderful team of live stewards, if they have any more incidents to analyze after the race, if some of them won't be able to be investigated during the race, then we will make the necessary amendments later this evening or tomorrow to have the correct standings after this race. So yeah, I will provide you, everyone, the link. Give us a follow on SimGrid. It's not just for those who are competing, it's also for everyone else who is looking forward to see what's going on in our challenge. So yeah, here's the link in the chat. Give us all a follow there. Help us grow and be a part of it if you're not already. Maybe starting from next season.
Exactly, just like Alex said, the link is on the chat, and we will make sure to distribute it again and again, and we'll also posting it in the social media of all 3 leagues, so that you can give us a follow. It's very important for us, because actually this is the meter for us to see if this is something that you would like to see more of it. So a follow will help a lot. Stath, is everything okay from the live chat regarding the sound?
Live chat is going very smoothly. I don't see any comments regarding the sound, so we are in a very good place. I don't see any complaints. I would like to welcome every single one of you. I see Vasilis Miskalis, of course, Kostas, Stat, Jerry Sim Studio, Yorgos, Mike, Panais Muhammad, Chill Music Center, Jordanis, Pavlos, myself. I made a
You-
comment. Make like Abeus, Tel1, Bugra, Dimitris, AG Sim, Konstantinos, everyone is here. Welcome everybody. Now it's the time to tell your friends to tune in and watch the qualifying, 10-minute qualifying. I would like to remind you, and then a 3-hour endurance race. 10 Greek teams, 10 Romanian Greek teams, and 10 Turkish teams will compete against each other at Silverstone, a very famous track, a historic track, many opportunities for overtakes, many opportunities to choose different strategies. It's very demanding on tires. It's very demanding on the physical side of the driver, and also the mental side of the driver. It's the race start will be on the national straight, not the Hamilton straight, the Lewis Hamilton straight. So it adds up a little bit of spice, because it will be with not many kilometers, and that means that some may get caught in an accident or something. Hopefully everything will go smoothly, and we're gonna enjoy a great race.
Actually, yes, there are quite a lot of straights, and although the track is quite wide in relation to other tracks, overtaking is an issue. It's not that easy to be achieved. I mean, it might mislead you, the fact that the track is wide. But we had our local league race last Wednesday here at Silverstone. Actually, we had a season of 2 45 minutes races. And overtaking was an issue. In fact, you might think that it's easy, and I assure you, it is not. We have different manufacturers regarding the brand names of the cars, and if I remember correctly, each country should allocate only 2 per brand. Alex.
Yes, indeed. We have enforced the variety of cars by limiting the options. So you could not have, let's say, a league all collaborating to register 10 identical cars and share setups and do stuff like this. It's a limit of 2 cars of the same model per country. So in each contingent of 10 cars, 10 crews per country, you'll have a maximum of 2 cars. Of course, some of these cars have been analyzed by the whole field and seen as popular. So it might have been a disappointment for some not to be able to pick those cars, because other crews from the same country have already taken the 2 slots for those cars, and we see some familiar picks, like the Porsche model, the Aston Martin. Everybody has amassed some Aston Martins there. It's one of the easiest cars to drive from the GT3 spectrum. Also, we have a lot of BMWs, Mercedes, some McLarens, Ferraris. There is quite some variety, and I look forward to see what would be a good car here in Silverstone. But don't forget that a good car here might not be such a good car in the upcoming rounds at Suzuka, Kyalami, or in the Nürburgring finale. So the pendulum might swing in terms of whenever you have comparable drivers, the car choice might become crucial. But to me, looking at the calendar, it's not obvious, if you look at these 4 races, what would be a car that is clearly favored. I couldn't pick one.
And of course, it does, as you said, different cars perform differently in different tracks, and in addition, if I'm not mistaken, different cars perform differently in the same track regarding the duration of the race. It's a totally different thing to have a 45 minutes race and a 3 hours race, right?
Absolutely. That's another very important argument. So
qualifying has just started. The majority of the cars have already hit the track. They only have 9 minutes. It will take around roughly 2 minutes to get a hot lap in, and so that will give them maximum 3 efforts.
3 will be ideal for the front runner. Some people that are leaving the pits right now, the number 69 and the number 26 are just leaving the pits. First one on track is Mitropoulos, followed by Giannakopoulos, and after them it's Spiropoulos. So 3 Greek drivers first out on track. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting very, very excited about this.
Absolutely the same around here. Yeah, we're equally excited. And another particular thing that we need to discuss in this qualifying session, there is a rule in this championship, so whoever qualifies the car in here will also qualify for round 3. If, of course, there are no reserves or other drivers being brought in the lineups. But if we're talking about stable lineups, then the drivers need to alternate. So everyone will have this exercise of doing qualifying for 2 out of the 4 rounds. You cannot, let's say, hide behind your teammate. If you have a faster teammate, you cannot just send him in all the qualifying rounds and ask him to qualify the car. Everyone has the responsibility of showing his qualifying pace in 2 out of the 4 championship rounds.
I will only need you to tell me the position so that I can move the cameras easily, because the car number does not help me a lot. So just keep in mind, the 2 of you, that I will need the position of the car currently for the qualifying and during the race as well. Now I'm currently with Mitropoulos, yes.
He's followed by Giannakopoulos. They are setting personal bests, of course, because they haven't set a lap time yet. And, of course, this will set the bar for the others that are following. Now, let's see. He's approaching the loop. Haris Mitropoulos for Omega Esports. And he's going down the Wellington Straight, accelerating 4th, 5th gear, and then the difficult Brooklands. It's not easy. The back can step out very, very, very easily. And now up to Laffield. Very careful with the throttle application. Here goes Mitropoulos. And his lap time is 1:56.342. Giannakopoulos had his lap time deleted because of track limits, I presume. Spiropoulos is 1.3 seconds slower. Siop is 1.4 seconds slower. Apostol 0.3 behind him. Panagiotakopoulos is 5th right now. Simeon goes up to 3rd place with a lap time that's 9/10 slower than Mitropoulos. Everybody's setting a lap time right now. Asicek now goes up to P4, but nobody can stop Mitropoulos right now. Of course, it's the first laps of qualifying. Everyone needs to build up tire pressures and, of course, tire temperatures. 18 drivers, now 19 have set a lap time. I see 28 out on track. Dogan has gone 5th. Yes, Alex?
Yeah, we are missing one of the Romanian crews tonight. It's GTS Motorsport. They have withdrawn from the race, quite last minute. And also one of our Turkish colleagues seems to be not on the server. I hope they are not experiencing any technical issues. I don't see that crew being withdrawn on the SimGrid platform. So it's one of the Turkish cars that's also missing, but that absence hasn't been reported to me.
Oh, this is very unfortunate. Right now, we have Mitropoulos from Apostol. Mitropoulos has returned to the garage. Apostol is in the final corner. Let's see if he can improve. I don't think so. Aydogan is improving right now. Also, Petsas is improving too. I see greens everywhere. Also, some reds.
I think for Mitropoulos, yeah, he can still come back on track. Yeah, this technique of going for 2 runs in the qualifying session, yeah, seems to be the fastest, and yeah, he is now attempting to beat his personal time. In the meantime, Panayotis Petsas comes up to 3rd place, and Aydogan demotes Dragos Simeon. He's now up to 4th place, and Mitropoulos in his outlap, yeah, he will not interfere with the other cars that are on flyers. I've seen him going off the road into Chapel. I hope his tires will be okay by the end of this outlap to be able to push and find a nice gap to try and correct this 156.3, which looks amazing as such. Yeah, the qualifying performance of the Porsche car is spectacular. But as Lefteris said, let's see what the pace of this car would be in racing conditions as well. But as of now, he's the clear favorite for pole position, and he was a clear favorite for the championship. In my opinion, everybody knows exactly what Haris has been and is able to produce, and his teammate is of course a of comparable quality to be able to say that this Omega Esports crew is clearly gonna run ahead in this championship.
Acicek, who is P7 right now, comes before he's in the last corner right now. Yes, he's improving right now, and maybe he can gain 1 or 2 spots. It's very difficult to say. Let's see. He avoids track limits, not like Giannakopoulos a little while ago. Acicek goes P4. Goes P4, very solid lap time, 157.145. Now who else is improving? Everyone has set a lap time. Oprea is improving by half a second. Machinet, it's improving by almost 1 second. It's an amazing lap time right now he's in P20. Sylvian for Wise Racing, let's see.
Yeah, this can be spectacular. From P20 he moves up to P5. Wow, this is spectacular. Amazing. Absolutely spectacular. We know Silvian, he's one of our newest Simracers. It's his first domestic season in Racing League Romania, and he already made some exceptional races. But this is just another confirmation that Silvian, together with his teammate, are up for a good run here.
Both Mitropoulos and Apostol are on a flying lap right now, less than 1 minute before the qualifying ends. It is getting exciting. First on track is Apostol.
Yes, Apostol is going on the Wellington Straight right now, P2. Currently, he's looking to improve on his lap time, but 3/10, yeah, he's not finding those 3/10 during this lap, and I don't think he's gonna have another run. Qualifying will end for Apostol and for a lot of other people really soon. We see a lot of cars already in the pits, and the clock timer has signaled the end of qualifying with Seb Apostol going towards the pit lane because he's not improving. So by my calculations, we can already call it a pole position for Omega Esports and Haris Mitropoulos. Let's see if he improves just for the sake of it, just for the fun of it. No, it's another 56.3 by 13 thousandths of a second. He's slower than his previous attempt, but anyway, he has proved that with any of those 2 timed laps, he's able to steer clear Yeah, the gaps are quite big. I would say bigger than expected. Mitropoulos and Seb Apostol is the only one who is able to run in a gap of half a second compared to the poleman. Petsas already has a gap of 6/10, and Aichicek makes sure that all the free leagues are represented on the first two rows of the grid with his Ferrari. The Turkish Ferrari is up into P4, and from then on it's so close. Just look at the difference, what half a second does from Aichicek down to Spiropoulos and Akiol. You have only 5/10 of a second separating a lot of cars.
So qualifying is now over, and the first pole position of the Balkan GT Challenge goes to Omega Sports Haris Mitropoulos, 156.342 pole position. The first pole position goes to the Greeks, 3/10 from Apostol in second place, and third goes to Petsas. Amazing qualifying. It's a bit tight on in terms of how much time the drivers and us in the commentary booth have. It's pretty amazing, I'd have to say, and I am sure for Lefteris it's a little bit of a headache where to concentrate on the cameras for the direction. Am I right, Lefteris?
Well, yes, it all went over before it started. It's 10 minutes. It's very hectic and it's very stressful, I believe, for the drivers especially. And you do not have many chances to improve or correct your mistakes, possibly during a lap. So you must be 100% focused and find the perfect time window to put down a lap without meeting any traffic, because it's 30 cars in a track like Silverstone for 10 minutes. Obviously, Haris did a good job. Sebastian Apostol tried his best. He was really close, but as you said, it's very close, and qualifying is one thing, and the 3 hours race is a totally different thing. But of course, it plays a key role to start further up in front in the grid as you can. So in your screens now you can see the pole sitter alongside him with Sebastian Apostol and the rest of the drivers that qualified at Silverstone, and next to their names you can see the driver who will be replacing them during the race to take over the car. We have Mitropoulos and Kirikos, Apostol and Miklea, Petsas with Kokinis, Aichicek with Ipek, and Michinete Boltasu, Aidogan, Sarkaya, Πρόκος Παρθένης, Σίμιον Νικολάε, Γιανακόπουλος, Στακούρ, Γιουνέσου Γιλμάζ, Γιούτσε, Οσκάν, Δασκαλέσκου, Γκράμα, Μαμουλάκης, Σαραντίδης, Παναγιωτακόπουλος, Κυριαζής, Σιώπης, Γζιμπόφσκι, Σπυρόπουλος, Λάμπρου, Άκιολ, Ουνάλ, Ρόμπερτ Τουφεάνου, Ποάμα Ρώσου, Ακάρ Ντέμιρ Μπακάν, Τασόπουλος, Πανόπουλος, Όπρεα, Κωνσταντίν, Ψηφίδης and Κοτσίνης, Ακμπουλουτ, Κέσκιν, Μιστρεάνου, Σαβέσκου, Πύρβου, Ενάχε, Selvi, Berkan, and Albal Aidogal, the 28 crews out of 30 that we were expecting. So the race will start with -2 crews. There are 2 minutes left before we see the very first race start of the Balkan GT series.
One thing, sorry, Alex. There is one thing I would like to point out, that's track limits. 3 violations in the race and you get a penalty, and this is very important because we saw drivers going off the limits in qualifying that ruined some laps, and it's going to play a crucial role in the race. Avoid track limits violations. Very important. Alex.
It's a very inviting track for potential track violations. So we will see, and we're going to keep a close eye with the steward's office whenever a drive-through appears on our screens to be able to know if it was an automated penalty for track cuts, for accumulation of warnings. So you have 3 warnings, and the 4th one becomes the automated drive-through for your crew. You can also get penalties, even drive-throughs, via the steward's desk if they consider that what you did on track was illegal, was not respecting the regulations. what I was trying to point out here on this, expecting a good race with this grid, is the variety of cars in on the first 3 rows of the grid. It's clear that now we cannot say that there is a favored car. Of course, Mitropoulos placed the Porsche in pole position, but we have 4 manufacturers in the top 5 on this grid. Looks like this is not a situation where you had to have this or that car to be able to fight for the ultimate pace here at Silverstone, and for the rest it's damage limitation. I couldn't say this. I think that with most cars, even with the Aston Martin that has not been represented in the top 10 in qualifying trim, we might see it in the top 10 at the end of the race. And since we're talking about top 10s and stuff like that, let's have a short overview of the scoring system in this championship. Everybody up to P20 will score points in the Balkan GT challenge. It's going to be 30 points for a victory tonight and in every other round, since all of them are scored equally. They are of equal duration, and they amass to 25% of the total in this season. You're gonna have 24 points for finishing P2. Then it's gonna be 20 points for P3, 18 points for P4, then 16 for P5, and then we decrease by 1 point per each position. P6 is 15 points, P7 is 14 points, and on up to P20, which will get you 2 points. Also, there is a fastest lap bonus of 2 points and each race, and we will see clearly who has the fastest lap of the race, because it's Martin, purple color next to the driver, or his teammate maybe, who does it. So we will know where those 2 additional points will be heading, as well as we are now moving with all the 28 cars in a full formation lap ahead of our first start.
I would like to welcome again everyone who is watching with us tonight. Welcome everyone. I really hope, and I am pretty sure you will enjoy tonight's race. First race of the Balkan GT Challenge, coming right up from Silverstone, UK. Me, Stats Corrigens on the broadcast. Alongside me is Lefteris Axiotis and Alexandru Siklovan. I will try and say it correctly until the end of the race. You'll have to excuse us for the pronunciation of the names of our Romanian friends and our Turkish friends, the drivers. Everyone is eager, I believe, to get the race going. 3 hours. Each car has a 2-driver lineup, and the strategy will play a crucial role alongside with ultimate pace. 0 mistakes may lead to a great result. I would like to say good luck to every driver, every team, and give us the race of our lives until, of course, the next one. And make sure to tell us in the chat, in the live chat, which team, not only nationality, which team, not country, you support, if you support a particular driver or a team. Also make sure to like the video and subscribe to the F1 Action Challenge, because every single one of the 4 rounds will be broadcasted on this channel. So Alex, I will pass the mic up to you for the start of the race, as the cars are going right round Brooklands and headed to Luffield. We will have Mitropoulos and Apostol. Mitropoulos will be on the inside for turn 1, and Apostol on the outside. A Porsche, a BMW, and 2 Ferraris on the second row, followed by 2 McLarens and 2 BMWs.
Yep, that's the configuration of the top 8, and we see that some of the crews have changed their starting driver. It's not the one that did qualifying. You are allowed to do this, and we are now approaching the start-finish straight, the old start-finish straight of the Silverstone circuit, where many F1 races, MotoGP races, and other categories have raced before. But now it's time for the Balkan GT Challenge, and we are all so excited to see this championship starting right now. And we have Mitropoulos being challenged on the first corner by Apostol, and then it's a clear getaway by Dragoș Simion, who moves up to 6th position. Here he has overtook one of the McLaren drivers. I think it's Aydogan, and Mitropoulos has maintained his first position in front of Sebastian Apostol, and then it's a big fight for P4 now. Between Silvian Michinete, Dragoș Simion, and the 95 Ferrari, which has been left to dry on the outside of Stowe. And now the two Romanian cars have moved ahead of that Ferrari. It was quite a low-key qualifying for Dragoș Simion, but he has made all the progress in the first half of the initial lap of this race. We are now heading for the start-finish straight that is now too familiar with F1 races in the last decade. This new pit straight with Mitropoulos trying to run away from Seb Apostol there. Seb Apostol is trying to maintain this gap. In the second part of the field, we have some crashes with the number 66 car being involved there, but at the front there's clear running, and we're looking at a freeway fight between Mitropoulos, Apostol, and Petsas as we approach the end of lap 1.
In the first corner, we had contact between two Turkish drivers. Atakana car had contact the number 32 Audi, who is now attacking the number 16 of Dascalescu. Right on the inside, he had contact with Erdem Makiol right at the back, the Porsche of the number 61, and just before the Hamilton straight, Yigit Arda Akbulut had contact with Dascalescu, and the four of them are at the back of the field. I don't think there's major damage right now. Akbulut did not enter the pit lane. He's 28th and last.
Oh, there's someone cutting the track in Chapel. It's Aydogan in P4. I made a mistake as I was calling out the action. It was Aydogan keeping up the pace, and Michinete being overtook by Simion there. So now P4 is being disputed by Aydogan and Dragoș Simion. Behind Simion, Ipek leads the second pack with Michinete, Parthenis, Takur, Ilmaz, and Yucev there. There's a long train of cars from P6 downwards, and there are gonna be some serious battles there.
We see battles everywhere on track. Mitropoulos has one second lead to Apostol, and everyone is keeping it tight. No major mistakes. I think the 59 had an exit. Where is he? Spiropoulos. Oh, and I see damage on the bonnet of the Aston Martin Velas. Sim damage for Spiropoulos. He fell right back at P27 right now as the leaders come up to complete lap 2 of the race. Pretty exciting times. 1.1 seconds the gap between Mitropoulos and Apostol.
Yilmaz is putting a lot of pressure on Takur in position 9 right now.
Yeah, it's a sandwich there with the Honda between the two BMWs. That Honda has different strong and weak points compared to the BMW on the Silverstone circuit, and this makes it for a very interesting fight here. One moment you see Takur pressing Parthenis, and the next you see Ilmaz already on the right behind the rear wing of that Honda.
Parsen is going on the outside of Michinet. Right on Stowe, can he keep it? No, he can't go on low side. The McLaren, will he try to overtake before Vale? No, but right behind him there's an overtake, a dive bomb from the Porsche of Mamoulakis. He gains a position from Yuce. That's for P11. There's quite a big gap forming up from P5 to P6. Leventi Beck is now 3.8 seconds behind Dragos Simeon, who is right on the tail of Aydogan, and Petsas fighting for the podium spots as Mitropoulos extends his lead to 1.4 seconds before the end of lap 3. Clearly he has a small advantage at some points of this circuit, and he takes full advantage of his strength. In the pits is Spiropoulos. I said earlier he had damage on lap 2 from an incident somewhere. We didn't see what happened, but right now Ipek who is in P6. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers right behind him with the gaps less than a second and sometimes less than half a second.
Yeah, this is the battle that you should focus, I think, from position 6 up to position 16. If I'm not mistaken, it's half a second between them.
Yeah, but at the moment, Ipek is not being actively pushed by Mikinete. He can run at his own pace. Ilmaz is on the attack. He makes Takur defend before Stowe, and there is no change there as of now. But Parthenis is coming up nicely, and Mamoulakis is lining up another move there in the Vale chicane, now on the outside. Yeah, but he thinks better of it, and he might lose a place. Yeah.
Ooh, very close. That's very close with Yuce. Oh, Mamoulakis overtook Yuce in the last lap, but he couldn't take the position back, and the gap now goes from virtually nothing to almost 8 tenths. But the Porsche is gaining a lot of time in the corner. It's amazing what Mamoulakis did there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been very respectful there at the exit of the Vale chicane, how Yuce and Mamoulakis knew exactly where the other one was, and didn't risk a direct fight, a direct contact there. Mikinete is now on the attack into Brooklands, to the Ferrari of Ipek, and he moves up into 6th place. So just one attempt and it's already successful. He makes that Ferrari lose another spot. Let's not forget that Ferrari started the race from row 2, and it's now down to 7th spot, and 7th might still not be safe for him, as Parthenis, Takur, Ilmaz, and all the rest of the this pack are looking forward to attempt an attack on this Ferrari. It doesn't seem very comfortable in this early phase of the race.
First note from the stewards, car number 16, Dascalescu drive-through penalty. I presume he caused a collision. And we have a change. Aydogan loses a place to Dragos Simeon. That's for 4th place.
Yes, that move has been completed on the inside of Stowe Corner. Again, the famous Stowe Corner, famous for the dramatic incident of Michael Schumacher in 1999, but also for a lot of great moves, not just for the crash that saw the Ferrari driver lose out to a chance of ending the Ferrari drought after 20 years with no title. He had to wait another season, and only then the domination has truly started. So it's Simeon now up to 4th place, and he's trying to keep as close as possible to Petsas in that Roadrunner car that I think looks gorgeous. It's a beautiful Ferrari. Of course, the reference to the cartoons is visible on the livery, and we see the actual Roadrunner there on the sides. Let's see how fast Panayotis Petsas can run away from Dragos Simeon in this early part of the race, where Simeon is the one making the moves there.
Parthenis almost ran on the back of Ipek. At Brooklands went very deep in the brakes and almost hit the Ferrari. Right behind him, Takur is trying to defend from Yilmaz. I see the cars from the helicam, and I understand that they see exactly what every single car is doing on the straights, on the exit of corners, on the entry, mid-corner. It's amazing how each car has different characteristics, and that plays in the hands of every single driver. It's amazing, and we're up for an amazing race tonight. Now, on the hangar side, Mamulakis is right behind Yilmaz. He's on the slipstream. Can he pull up an overtake? Gets on the slipstream. Oh, he tries to go on the inside, but he cannot do it, and right in front of them, Ipek loses a place to Parthenis right out of nowhere, and he may lose another position to Takur. He goes deep in the brakes of Vale, and now at the club side by side, and what can Yilmaz do? Nothing for now. Takur goes off the track. I believe he completed an overtake off track, and now Mamulak is trying to take advantage of everything. Almost three-way battle, and the Aston Martin is coming to play too. Mamulak gains a position.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Goodness, it's 3 wide.
This is one already.
At the loop, the number 87 and the 37 side by side, and there is contact. The 37 goes off track.
Yeah, Samed Yuce is the one losing out in this pack. He loses out 3 or 4 positions there as we enter the Wellington Straight. Another drive-through for Selvi. Yeah, for the 69 of Selvi. As here the battle continues with Alex Pomo on the outside of Ilias Siopis, and Siopis maintains his spot. Pomo is losing out to a BMW as well.
He went on the outside and paid the price for it. He went a little bit wide. Lost a place to Panagiotakopoulos on the 987 BMW. He might lose another place here because no, not Tassopoulos, Mistreanu with the Mercedes right on his tail. Mamulakis wants to gain another place. Mamulakis is right behind Ipek. The Ferrari is going right now backwards. Let's see what Mamulakis can do. Hangar straight. He's on the slipstream. He will go on the inside. Yes. Ipek doesn't defend too hard. He knows it's a long race, a very long race, and he concedes the position. Let's see what Yilmaz can do. Will he try on the outside? No. He won't do it. Ipek is struggling right now because we saw Taku overtaking him on the last lap, and now the gap is 2.5 seconds. The Ferrari of Team Anatolia is struggling in the first 15 minutes of this race. Maybe the pressures are off. I am not entirely sure, but what I do know is that the team will try and solve the issues in the pits.
Absolutely, we see that Ferrari going backwards. Now it's down to P10 as it started on the second row of the grid. But the most important thing is that Ipek picked his fights correctly and didn't defend unnecessary. The most important thing is to run in this pack, to have the car intact and not be involved in incidents. Some drivers in here have been proven to be impatient a bit in these fights, and I'm sure the stewards are already having their hands full of video replays of these moves, of these dives and aggressive attacks that have been there in the pack. It's a pressure when you see someone being vulnerable. You know that you need to make the moves now. Maybe the second driver is faster in some cars. You need to overtake them whenever you have the chance. 3 hours, not too long, not too short. So I do expect to see this impatience very often.
Drago Simeon is all over Petsas right now in position 4, battling for the 3rd place on the outside. He will try, and he will be very cautious.
The switch spot might work, but on the inside there is a huge curb. The drivers leave each other's space, and let's see the McLaren fight on cat. Will he take the advantage of it? Yes, the Ferrari loses 2 places in 2 corners.
Once again, a wonderful move. The highlights of this race might be very long, so you might need to take another evening just to see the highlights. If they will continue to battle as they are doing right now. The 59 is back to the pits. It has teleported itself. Not a good day at the races for them. But we keep on with this fight between Aydogan and Petsas. It's not over there. Simeon has passed, but Aydogan has found a way not to waste any time with Petsas. But I do expect Petsas to attempt a comeback on Aydogan if he stays close there. For now, he is just 3 tenths behind as we finish another lap here at the front. Mitropoulos has checked out completely. Sebapostol is more than 4 seconds drift, and from Sebapostol to Drago Simeon, it's approximately the same gap as of now. Drago Simeon is not yet running peacefully. He still needs to look in his mirrors and make sure that he has another 2 or 3 clean laps to steer clear of this battle between Aydogan and Petsas.
The Ferraris are struggling. Petsas has lost 2 places since the start of the race. IPEC has lost 8. I remind you that both Ferraris were on the 2nd row of the grid, and now they are sitting in 5th and 12th.
Positions 13 to 17th is it's a big train there.
Yes, it's
again with IPEC leading the train. Once again, we've seen those trains being led by that golden Ferrari. That's been going backwards for now. Let's see if he can reverse the trend. But yeah, there are another 4 cars there trying to take advantage.
Fastest lap so far to Mitropoulos, 157.3. Half a second clear of everybody else. As the fuel loads go down, the car behavior will change for the drivers, but also the tires take big hit and the degradation is high around this track, especially if you're fighting hard, battling hard against other drivers. We talk about penalties. Daskalescu has got himself another 15 seconds penalty from the stewards. Huge battles going on right now. Tasopoulos Panagiotakopoulos to right on the back of IPEC, who's trying to find some sort of a rhythm, but he's constantly under pressure, under attack from other drivers. We see the 2 Aston Martins there, the 3 Aston Martins, excuse me. Tasopoulos, Wama and Yuce. Yuce was, he's coming in the pits. First pit stop of the night. Maybe that's a scheduled pit stop, almost 20 minutes into the race.
To me, it seems strange to pit this early. I do believe that that car had damage from the hits, but nothing too massive. It wasn't involved in any severe contact, so this is a bit strange to see. As we see one of the Mercedes, it's Mistranu going off into maggots. This has been an off by himself, I think.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. So we have the best Greek driver is in 1st place. The best Romanian driver is in 2nd place. And where is the first Turkish driver in 4th place of the race? As we say in endurance racing, you can very easily lose the race in the first lap or in the first laps than win it. Right now, Mitropoulos has 6.1 lead over Apostol, who is 5 seconds ahead of Simeon, and Aydogan is right on his tail as Petsas is trying to stay with them at the moment. 10 laps in.
Yeah, Simeon has not shaken off Aydogan and Petsas. Then Mikinete in 6th place is running a solitary race already. Takur has Parthenis for company. Mamulakis is in a bit of clear air. And Ilmaz down in P10 has Siopis on really close company, as Ilmaz now gets a 15-second penalty. These penalties will be served at their first pit stop, which may occur sooner or later. Let's see what they decide. I'm sure there are teams that are thinking of doing this first stint, that longer stint, that 80-minute stint, when they also need to fuel save massively. And this might be an explanation for the rhythm of the Ferrari of Ipek, most notably, but also Petsas. Who knows? We will get all these responses way later, as we will see some cars diving towards the pit lane after 45 or 50 minutes, and others trying to go as long as completing the whole duration of their first driver's intervention in this race.
Panagiotakopoulos, Tassopoulos and Poama seems to be getting tired of the rhythm that Ipe is having right now. He seems to be holding them up, and they tried 2-3 different moves. None of them worked, of course, and they still remain in the company of each other.
Personal best times for Takur P7, Mamulakis P9 and Siopis P11 in their last laps. Half a second between the third and fourth driver, Aydogan and Simeon. Yilmaz Siopis half a second also. The battle for 10th place. Battle between a BMW and an Audi. We haven't seen the Audi going very well tonight. We have one Porsche leading the race, 4 other BMWs in top 10, one more Porsche, one Honda, 2 McLarens and 1 Ferrari right now. It's very stressful for the drivers and the teams, what's been going on right now as we're approaching the first half of the hour. We complete. Oh, I think Panagiotakopoulos did a mistake at Chapel. Maybe Tassopoulos has a better exit. I don't think so. And 59 gets another drive-through penalty. Is that Spiropoulos? Yes.
Yeah, he's been collecting those.
And we have a change. Mamulakis goes past Takur for P8. Another position gain for Mamulakis. He's gained 5 so far. One of the biggest movers. With Simeon, they are the best ones with 5 in the top 10. Most places gained are by Tassopoulos 7 and Aybal also 7. Most places lost is Jutse 14, he's 25th. Spiropoulos 12, he's last and in the pits. 10 positions for Dascalescu, he's 22nd. 8 positions for Ipek, he is 12th right now. Every 3 minutes to the stint. 2 turns the gap between Simeon and Aydogan. Lefteris.
I'm with Panagiotakopoulos, who finally tried another move on Ipek, but it didn't work, and now he's in troubles from Tassopoulos, and he's actually, I believe, tried to let him pass, hoping that he might have a faster tempo to overcome the obstacle of Ipek, but that resulted in for him to lose another position from Poama.
Let's see now the Astons if they can attempt something different. If the BMW couldn't get past that Ferrari of Ipek, let's see whether Tassopoulos tries something different, because the Aston is a whole different beast. And Tassopoulos needs to find a way, because Poama is really close there. You see in the draft, these things happen. Poama couldn't keep it on the road in the Chapel corner. So now Tassopoulos has a clear run, but he was too far behind in Stowe to attempt the overtake. Pressure is on with all those three cars again bunched up behind the Ferrari.
I'm pretty sure it's a very frustrating thing for all those involved, because they are losing time to the cars ahead. Ipek is now 4.5 seconds behind Siopis, who is in P11. But it's an amazing battle nonetheless between 4 cars, 4 drivers, 3 different manufacturers.
Again, and during this lap, at the lead of the race, the top 4 drivers were doing 158s, and nobody else, as far as I see, is able to do so. But there's quite a difference. Haris Mitropoulos does a 58.0 and then comes up with the 58.2, whilst Apostol and Simeon are in the high 58s, and now Apostol is even in the 59s. There's a contact between Poamo and Tassopoulos, so it's back to square one with the BMW passing both Aston Martins.
And now the ID wants to get involved in this. He lifts. Wise move. And we had change for P7. Mamoulakis has overtaken Parthenis.
Great run from Mamoulakis. He's not tired of making these moves. Now he has clear track ahead of him. 4 seconds to catch the McLaren of Miki Nete, who had quite a solitary afternoon up until now. But he might have company. Looking at how this Roadrunner Esports Porsche of Mamoulakis is running now, this might be a car that matters in the upper echelons of this race. Also, I need to point out the fact that Aydogan has kept close to Simeon. The gap has not increased above the threshold of a second. So they left Petsas behind, who is almost 2 seconds behind the McLaren of the lead Turkish driver in this race. But between Simeon and Aydogan, it's 1.0 now. So Aydogan is still in a very good position to think about the podium.
Do you think that it could be tire wear already that resulted in these gaps increasing a bit as the time goes by, or is it too soon to talk about tire wear?
It's not too soon. It's almost half of the stint done. It's almost half an hour of a regular SRO or other competition stint of 60 to 65 minutes. So tire wear becomes an issue, especially since the temperatures are not that low. You see 24 degrees in the air, 32 is the asphalt temperature. So it's not just the actual tire wear as we speak now, but also some forward thinking from the most versatile and the most experienced sim racers in this field. I'm sure they are thinking ahead and trying to preserve the rubber for the end of the stint, especially if this seems to be the longest stint that they're gonna do in this race. So they will be keeping an eye on maximizing the capacity and the grip levels of their rubber by not pushing as hard as they can already.
Parthenis lost another place, this time to Takur, and he has behind him Yilmaz, Ersan Yilmaz from Sensible Racing. They're heading towards Club, and also Siopis is with them. It's a nice battle for from P8 to P11, as Mamoulakis has gained 1.9 seconds to this group, and he's less than 4 seconds behind Miki Net. The lead has gone up to 10 seconds for the first time. Oh, Lathos! A mistake from Parthenis. He lost the position to Yilmaz. Maybe he's struggling with the tires. And now Siopis is right on his tail in the slipstream. Will he be able to overtake him? Let's see. He goes on the inside. Does he make the move stick? No! Very brave from Parthenis, but he goes a little bit wide. Side by side the two cars. The German cars, two very different cars. The front engine and the mid-engine car. Parthenis stays in front, but Siopis will try and attack him as soon as possible as the 66 of Akbulut gets a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Ouch.
Alex Pomo is also in the pits. He comes out of that battle behind Ipek. He's been losing a lot of time there. He also made contact with Tassopoulos. He's going to be under investigation for that as well. And that leaves Ipek with only a BMW behind him to challenge for P12. And now this is the run.
He's slowing down. What's going on? What's going on? He let the BMW through.
Yep.
Ipek lost momentum. The hangar said maybe he let him through. Did he let him through on purpose? Was there a problem? I am not sure. I am not sure he let the BMW by. Maybe that was a calculated move because right now he had one car behind him. He knows he's under pressure. Maybe he doesn't want to be under pressure. He wants to finish his stint. And I am not sure. I am not sure what's going on. Ooh, he's sliding. He's sliding through Abbey. This Ferrari is not a stable car. It's very oversteering, and there is something wrong with the tires. Either that's pressures or degradation. I am not sure.
So we are approaching a moment with scheduled pit stops for the cars ahead in this race. I think we might understand a bit of their proposals in terms of strategy anytime soon. As you said, the difference between first and second now is more than 10 seconds. We see on the chat, Mitropoulos is chilling in first place. Yeah, he is chilling, most definitely. And now the 88 also seems to be in a bit of a hard time. Yeah, Sifidis with Robert Prepelica, they are both heading towards the pits. These are once again quite early pit stops.
Yeah, he was all over Opria Psifidis, but he did a mistake, lost the rear end of the car, he spun, and now he lost another position as they enter the pits.
Siopis is closing in on Parthenis. I saw him earlier flashing the headlights to the BMW driver. I am sure this is a tactic to distract the rival drivers, but personally when someone does it to me in a race, I find it quite funny because the other driver does not achieve anything other than flashing his lights to me. I always laugh at this. Personally, I don't know about you guys.
It looks nice on the stream.
Yeah, exactly. That was I was going to say. It looks very nice on the stream. On the other hand, it might not be working on you when they try it, but with some other drivers, you never know. It might work.
It's always nice to find a trick there and to try to apply it. But most of them is most of the time, yeah, this is a PR move, I would call it, something that's in for us. They're just saluting us and letting us know that they're racing their heart out there and trying. So we can't accuse them for lack of commitment. Looking at the gap between first and second, we were telling you that it's always increasing, that's for sure. It's been under total domination of Mitropoulos this early phase of the race, but the gap between second and third, now that one has slowly decreased from 4.8. Dragoș Simeon has slowly clawed back 1/10 here, 1/10 there, and it's now 3.8. So in the last couple of laps, Simeon did a better job than Apostol, and maybe here is the influence of Aydogan, because it keeps him very much busy and alive, whilst Apostol is running by himself all alone, and sometimes might have momentary lapses of focus. But whenever he will see some cars closer to him, he might get a bit more committed about it.
We were talking earlier about Mamoulakis. He's now right behind Mikinet. He extinguished the gap. It was almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, almost a second gained on the last lap, and now clearly I think his adrenaline level is very, very high following this successful early part of the race. Now let's see whether Mikineto will put up a fight or consider that Mamoulakis is way too fast for him. Whoa!
Oh, very late on the brakes.
Yeah, you can see it in the Porsche. Absolutely.
I don't know if he scared Micinete, but he certainly did scare me, because I was watching from the onboard camera.
It's gonna happen. It's a matter of when, not if. That's for sure. Mamoulakis can move up to 6th place, and then we're gonna give him a harder task of trying to close down almost 12 seconds to the Ferrari of Petsas.
Only 3 drivers are in the 1 minute 58. Mamoulakis is one of them. He's getting close.
It's absolutely visible. Let's see if he has a run here on the hangar straight. Yeah, twitchy into Beckett's that Porsche car, and now he's a bit too far off the McLaren of Mikinete, who's clearly happy with where he is, happy with running in the top 10. He couldn't have hoped for a qualifying session as good as this one, and an early part of the race that means that even if he loses out a place on Mamoulakis, he'll still be in a good position, some 4 seconds ahead of the battle between Takura and Yilmaz, but Yilmaz also has a penalty, so he won't be there for long.
Kanye set it up for Villats. He's getting close. The McLaren went a little bit wide through the farm. Can he do it now? No, he's too far back. The loop, nope. Different lines. He's trying to do the up and under, and now through the Wellington Straight. Let's see.
It might be an opportunity here. Yes, indeed, he's close. He's 2 car lengths back, but it's too much to hope for making a move if the car ahead doesn't make a mistake. And for now, Silvian makes no mistakes there, and he keeps his place for another lap, a full lap with no real attempt from Mamoulakis.
And as you saw, Mamoulakis was more cautious on under braking this time around.
Yeah, he's now gathering data. He now analyzes where exactly that McLaren is capable of braking, and he can now choose one of his favorite spots to attempt a clean overtake. It happens all the time in the biggest races. If you start getting into these skirmishes and attempting half-hearted moves, you might lose out a bit of time and get into a bad mental state by just trying and trying and trying. It's essential. Once you catch up to a car and you have such a clear pace advantage, as Mamoulakis says, you need to make it stick. One move and that's it.
We have a battle for P20 Rosu. George Rosu versus Adrian Pirvu. The Aston Martin gets by the Mercedes. That's for P19. We also have to look for the battles at the back. I'm like 0.6 behind Mikinet. I think in the last lap he's trying a little bit too hard, sliding in the corners, trying to get as close as possible to the McLaren. That moment he had at the exit of Chapel cost him last lap. Now he's too far behind, 3/10. He's still 3/10 behind. He cannot make this the gap in one straight. He needs Mikinet to make a mistake or the Porsche to outrun the McLaren, which is not very easy. I see red in the live timing. Maybe this is a result of track limits violations. The drivers must be very careful. 3 times and you get a penalty.
We're approaching the 40-minute mark now in this race, so let's see whether we're gonna get some pit stops in the top 10. For now, Parthenis in P12 is heading for the pit lane in his BMW car, as we are still here with this fight where for P6 between Silvian Mikinet and Stylianos Mamoulakis. It's been going on like this for almost 3 laps now, and this is again a good thing for the car leading in this duo. Not the best possible thing for the one who's trying to find the opening.
Over the past 2 or 3 laps, the gap has gone down between Apostol and Simeon. Places 2 and 3. Aydogan is now 1.3 behind Simeon, and Petsas 3 seconds behind them. I'm pretty sure everything will change during the pit stop cycle. 158.6 from Mitropoulos. He's on a league of his own right now. Every lap, almost half a second or more faster than Apostol. Simeon gained a little bit the last time round. Aydogan lost 3/10. Now let's see what they're capable of. The drivers, I'm like still trying to overtake Mikinet, and yeah, we are very close to the first pit stop window.
Yeah, let's see what changes in terms of strategy there. I was looking at Mitropoulos. He was doing these fast lap times despite sometimes having to cope with traffic. Now, as we're looking in that 13-second gap between Mitropoulos and Apostol, there are no less than 4 back markers that Mitropoulos has moved past, which will be again an issue for Seb Apostol as well in P2. But Mitropoulos is also navigating his way into traffic, as Mistreanu is now into the pits. I've seen Perv also there. Yilmaz and Descalescu, when they will be heading towards the pit lane, they will also serve their current 15-second penalties, which will take Yilmaz out of the top 10 and Descalescu lower than his current P16, that's for sure. We are approaching the 45-minute mark of this race, which means 25%. So if we're talking about that free-stop strategy, I don't know if somebody has actually called it the plan A, but it seems that we had some cars in the pits, some of them with damage and some of them probably with really scheduled pit stops that are according to their initial plan of the race.
Aydogan again, under a second behind Simeon. I'm pretty sure all these drivers are fuel saving, trying to stretch their stint and at the same time protect the tires, as a Mercedes I see comes out of the pits. I'm not sure which Mercedes this is. It's not Pirivu, it's the other one.
Yeah, it's Andrei Savescu.
Yes.
And now it's Yilmaz in the pits. Here's a pit stop from the top 10, and Yilmaz will have to serve that additional penalty.
Vasilis Psifidis P20 under attack.
Actually, he is attacking. He has been chasing Akiol for quite some time now.
And yes, my lifetime wasn't updated.
Something happened with Mamulakis. He lost some time during this lap because he's now not close to the Romanian driver that he was chasing. He lost the tempo there. It's more than a second adrift, but he will be closing down that gap. It seems so.
Maybe his tire pressures went up while chasing his opponent. Now let's see what's that. Vasilis Psifidis on the outside of Erdem Akiol. Can he pull up the move? I'm not sure. Akiol, I think it was one of the drivers that was involved in an incident at the start of the race. Very nice battle between the Porsche and the Honda. Now Psifidis goes on the inside for turn 1. Can he do it on turn 1? This is almost, but couldn't make the move. In my opinion, if you go on the inside for turn 1, you have to commit to the overtake, because at the exit you will be very slow on power and lose a lot of time to the car following you if there's somebody else following you. This battle is very, very exciting between three drivers. The top 20 takes points, so every single position counts, every single point counts. We remind you that each car has different characteristics and each track will suit some cars better than others. Now let's see.
I'd like to report some more pit stops. Aydogan is in the pits, so is Mamulakis. Siopis and Tassopoulos has he thought that it's enough of running behind that Ferrari of IPEC. Let's see how long that Ferrari will stay on track, because it seemed, I was looking on board with that Ferrari, he was lifting and coasting, he was doing everything needed to prolong the stint. I would be very surprised to see IPEC heading for the pit lane really soon in response to the pit stops of the ones around him. But one thing's for sure, Mamulakis has exited the pit lane. No, it's his teammate, it's Polemarchos Sarantidis now in the car. They're attempting to undercut the McLaren of Silvia Mikinete. Let's see if Mikinete will respond, or maybe his strategic plan is somewhat different.
Fatih Sarkaya.
Mitropoulos in the pits.
Oh, the leader in the pits?
Yes.
The leader in the pits after almost 37.5 minutes. Maybe this is indeed a three-stop race.
We don't know. It's still early days. As you said before the start of the race, they might still adapt these predefined strategies. So, one thing's for sure, Haris Mitropoulos, if he stays in the car, he will be going towards the 100-minute mark. If he's switching on to his teammate, then we need to see how long the stint is gonna be for his teammate. Let's see who will pick up this Omega Esports car for the second stint. We will get the response really soon. Meanwhile, Petsas is also in the pits. So now it's a 1-2 for Apostol and Simeon. You were saying, Lefteris, before the start of the race, about the home and away liveries of this club. It's obvious why it's happening, because Rapid, it's a football club team in Romania, and of course they are emulating the two kits that Rapid is currently using during this season. This is the home kit, the one that Dragos Simeon is spotting now, whilst Seb Apostol uses the other equipation of this team, the one that they're using for their away matches.
So it's not only the names that differ the two sister teams, it's also the colors, the same that the football club uses in home matches and away matches. Okay.
Exactly.
Mitropoulos stayed in the car for Omega. He's doing a double stint. So from the top 5, Apostle now leads. He's in the last corner. Laffield, will he enter the pits? No, he does not.
Simeon, though,
Simeon
comes in.
So with the pits for the second place man, Dragos Simeon for Rapid Esports. Next one to come by is Sylvian Mikinet. He also stays out. Let's see what about Nikos Takour. He's coming in. And what about Levent Ipek, who has Mitropoulos behind him now, the former leader of the race. He stays out. He stays out. Maybe
he
this
will
is
be staying. He will be staying.
One of the reasons that he struggled in the first part of the race. Maybe.
So with Mitropoulos staying in the car, it's obvious that we might have two different plans for this car. His teammate in the latter part of this race, Panayotis Kirkos, might do just one long stint of 80 plus minutes or two shorter stints. We'll see about that, whether Harris will stay in the car up until he reaches 100 minutes to make sure that Kirkos can do 80 and not more than that, to make his life even more miserable whilst fuel saving. It might indicate a possible two-stopper. If Harris comes a bit earlier than that, then it's clear that Kirkos will also do two stints. We see Simeon leaving the garage and leaving the car to his teammate Victor Nicolae. Here we have a switch, and it's time for Victor Nicolae to do his first lap in the Balkan GT Challenge in the Rapid Esports crew. You can see his live stream as well. There are a few live streams in particular from this race on the Romanian contingent. I know we have a live stream of Rapid Esports with everyone around gathered on Victor Nicolae's channel, and also the Digital Racing Squad has a live stream from Vasile Grama and Ciprian Dascălescu's car, the VSG Racing car. And I'm sure if you know about the streams of our Greek and Turkish colleagues, feel free to mention them, because they need some support on their initiatives as well.
Yeah, no, for sure it's Omega Esports who is streaming on their channel, and you can watch the crews they're driving from their seats. We also have Psifidis streaming. We also have Helasim streaming. I don't want to forget anybody. I think also, yes, Spiropoulos is in Helasim that they're streaming. I already mentioned it.
Fatih Sarkaya is right behind Victor Nicolae for P5. Both of these cars have pitted. 32 seconds to stop for the McLaren and 34 for the BMW.
Yeah, that's interesting, because it was a second there between Simeon and Aydogan, and now their teammates are tied in battle because the BMW had a longer stop. So Victor Nicolae has some company from the leading Turkish car in this race. For now, we see Ipek in fourth place, but that's due to strategy. He's not actually the fastest Turkish car around as of now. Sarkaya and Aydogan are doing a good race, and they are chasing this Rapid Esports car that is currently on course to a net P3. We're still waiting for pit stops for Seba Apostol and Silvian Mikinete. They are not heading towards the pit lane as of now. Things are looking good on their side as well. And Ipek is going long as we expected him ever since he was losing out those places in the early parts of this race.
Prepelica in position 20 is about to make a move on Akiol for 19th position. He goes from the inside, destabilizes the car of Akiol under pressure, but he will have to have another go on the outside this time.
I have to inform you that both of these drivers had their moments. A little while ago, Akiol had an off in turn, what's the name? Abbey. And Robert went off at Stowe. No major issues, but they lost a little bit of time. It was 3-4 laps ago. Only 3 drivers haven't visited the pits yet.
Yes, and they are placed 1, 2, and 4 currently in the race.
Now let's see. Robert is coming right alongside Akiol on the outside, heading towards Brooklands. He attempts to go from the outside. Let's see. He will have the inside for a Laffield, but can he keep it?
No, we're not there.
They touched, and Robert goes through.
Oh, what a...
It was a pretty amazing battle, I have to say.
Yeah, Akiol is flashing the lights. He didn't like that very much.
No, it was a little bit argy-bargy, that one. Now, why did this... Okay. Battle for P5 continues. Nikolaev versus Sarkaya. If we pronounce any names wrong, feel free to correct us in the comments. Huge battle going on for effective P3.
Yep. In the meantime, I was looking at some times done on New Rubber, and comparatively, I see Stelios Kokinis not actually having a stellar pace, and he's being caught up by the other car of Roadrunner Esports. Sarantidis is lapping way faster than him at the current time, but he still needs to make some moves there. There's Ciprian Dăscălescu ahead of Sarantidis, but Sarantidis last did 58.2, whilst the Ferrari of Kokinis was almost a second slower, which means trouble for the Ferrari and good vibes in the Porsche of this squad. It's interesting to see these two car teams that have chosen different car models. Means that they'll be looking for particular strengths on various circuits. Maybe here it looks like Porsche is one of the best cars, but on other tracks the Ferrari might have the edge.
Sarandidis is about to gain a position, but the Porsche doesn't have the straight line speed of the Aston Martin. He goes on the inside at Stowe and he gains a position. He's P8 right now, the 777 machine of Roadrunner Esports, now 5 seconds behind the sister car of Roadrunner. Dăscălescu still hasn't come in the pits for a very long time, I believe so. Yes, he's in 57 minutes into the stint. Dăscălescu, he pitted very early, I believe, due to contact on lap 1. No, has he pitted? Did he have a drive-through penalty? I think he had a drive-through penalty. This is why he's shown with pit count on number 1 right now. 58 minutes into the race. Let's see now what Sarandidis can do. Kokinis was in the 58 last time out, but he lost 3/10 compared to the drivers around him. Petzas was 3 seconds behind the 720 McLaren. The number 720 now. Kokinis is almost 10 seconds behind him. Takur is battling with Siopis, and there is a Mercedes alongside them. They are lapping the Mercedes, the number 7 of Pirivu. And right behind them is the 555 of Prokos. The drivers fighting around, and navigating themselves through traffic. 3 Greek entries.
Rocco seems to be having a very good pace, but he met a lot of traffic after the driver swap that they did.
Yes, it's also the when you hit the traffic and how easy for you is to navigate through traffic. It's not a WEC situation where you have different cars like a Le Mans prototype and GTs. When you're having a race with GT3 cars, it's more difficult to overtake, and the driver who is getting lapped must give way and make your life easier in order to minimize the time loss.
Well, as we were saying in the beginning of the stream, it might be a wide track, but as we have seen so far, overtaking is not an easy task. We have seen several duets being stuck on each other for several laps. The good thing though is that the majority of the grid seems to be showing a lot of patience, trying to read the opponent, trying to find the safest window to attempt something when it comes to overtaking. So we have seen very long and time-consuming for them battles, but they're good for the viewers.
Takur with Ross on the Wellington straight. He had the inside after the loop, and he has the inside for Brooklands. Takur gains a position over the Aston Martin, and now Chauvis would like to do the same and overtake the number 26 Aston of Digital Racing Squad. Mitropoulos has done 1 minute 57.6. He's 1.5 seconds faster than Apostol in P1. The gap less than 35 seconds, and we expect Apostol in the pits right about maybe this lap or next lap. It's next lap. Next lap he stays out for another lap, so it will be a 31 lap team, and we are now in our number 2 of the first race of the season.
Chauvis will definitely make a move on Rosu now because they met a back marker who was off track and Rosu had to lift off, and that was enough for Chauvis to complete the move.
Can Rosu fight back? I am not sure. Will he try to overtake before Club? Nope, he does not. The battle between the 19 and the 720 McLaren, Nikolai and Sarkaya, is simply amazing. For the past couple of laps, the gap is 0.3 seconds.
I must confess, I am a bit puzzled by what Victor Nikolai is displaying as pace now. So I think that here we might be looking at a mid-stint that has a strategic component. This is not the ultimate pace of that BMW for sure. He's lapping more than a second slower compared to the fastest lap of this car in the race. Now he's under real pressure, but he had the chance to do some laps without actually defending. So it was absolutely, he was picking his lines, and he chose to race at this pace, and that's what keeps Fatih Serhaya that close and hoping to get that position. Victor might keep an eye on some fuel calculations there. In my opinion, it's absolutely clear that he would be able to run 57s on new tires on a car that's clearly not damaged. It hasn't been involved into anything since the start of the race, but he's not doing so. So this is interesting to watch.
Yeah,
also,
sorry, please continue.
Also for Seb Apostol, Silvia Michinete and Leven Tipek, I'm expecting these stints to go longer, because if they would have wanted to split, I don't know, 100 minutes into 2 stints, it made no real sense to do it this disproportionately. So again, these look like very long stints for P1, P2, and P4.
I was about to say that I was also puzzled by the the lap times of Nikolai, because we know him from the previous events and in general what he's capable of. But as you said, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint race. So strategy is definitely a key player. So let's see how that works.
There are battles for P25 also. Oh, and there's contact. The 66 goes around. Akbulut in the Honda has gone around. He had an issue with Pirvu, I believe, with the BMW, with the Mercedes, sorry, of Pirvu. The thing for Nikolai is that he's doing 58s. He's in the same pace as Apostol, and he is able to keep the McLaren behind him. That's very, very important. And maybe the McLaren is getting a little bit impatient. Sarkaya is right behind him, but I don't see him taking the correct lines through some corners to be able to attack. He seems to be eager to overtake the BMW, and his frustration overcomes his thinking. It's taking control of his mind. And
yes, absolutely.
He keeps making small mistakes. He needs to keep his head cool and set up this overtake, because Nikolai right now is doing an amazing job. He keeps him behind him, and this is very important for the race, not only for the number 19 BMW, but also for the number 23 BMW, the sister car of Rapid Esports.
Precisely. But even if you don't take into consideration other cars, it's very important to keep this track position and frustrate the rival strategy that Sarkaya clearly has. He is obviously able to lap faster, which means that there are more pit stops ahead for the McLaren, at least on schedule, because teams might plan to do one thing and the reality might prove them wrong, and at some point they might be heading towards the pit lane for extra stops because they just couldn't pull what seemed to be on paper the strategy that they wanted to implement. And we will see the same thing with Mitropoulos now closing in on the P2 of Silvian Mikinete. 2 seconds, they will disappear really soon, because Mikinete has been running ever since the start, so almost 67, 68 minutes in this McLaren. George Roche is now heading towards the pit lane, as Mikinete has Mitropoulos, the actual leader of this race for company.
Sarkaya cannot get through, but what does Densbank Wildcats are gonna do right now? Pit stop. Apostle comes into the pits finally after 1 hour, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. He's in the pits for Rapid. An amazing stint, I have to say. Very impressive. Mitropoulos has overtaken Mikinet, who stays out for Wise Racing, stays out for one more lap. Wow. And Mitropoulos regains the lead on lap 34. What does IPEC going to do? And what does Apostol gonna do? Are we gonna see a driver change in Rapid?
Yes, we do. Andrei Mikla is now taking over that car, and he will rejoin the track ahead of Victor Nicolae and Fatih Sarkaya. That's for sure. They are behind IPEC. They will be losing time with that Ferrari. That Ferrari is clearly gonna be there for at least 11 more minutes. He's aiming for at least 80 minutes in this stint. That would be the logical thing to do. So it means that Andrei Mikla needs to make this move. It might be easy for him on fresh tires. IPEC has been racing since the start, so Mikinete and IPEC are the last ones that we are expecting to pit. as we approach the 1 hour and 10 minutes mark.
If Ipek and Mikinet go to 8 minutes, that would be simply outstanding from their part, and that may set up the entire race. Let's see, Sarkaya cannot get past, still the gap is less than half a second. Kokinis, there is a change. There is a change between the two Roadrunner esports cars. Sarantidis has overtaken Kokinis for P7.
Yes,
right
more
now,
than 5 seconds was the gap, and Sarantidis did a great job in getting closer and closer to Kokinis and finally taking that position.
the gap to Sarkaya and Nikolai is less than 10 seconds. Mikinet in the pits. From second place, the Wise Racing driver, number 54 McLaren, comes into a halt.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to be behind Sarantidis and Kokinis, that's for sure. That would be his spot, somewhere around the Scalescu or maybe ahead of the Aston Martin of Digital Racing Squad. But anyway, this has been a solid 70-minute stint for Silvia Mikinete, and probably now we're gonna see his teammate in the next part of the race.
Mistake from Sarkaya, the gap goes up to 1 second as Nikolai's teammate Andrei Miklea has overtaken the Ferrari of Levent Ipek for second place. So we have the number 23 BMW in second place, half a minute behind the leader Mitropoulos, but with a different strategy.
Yeah, but with half a minute already lost, we are already calculating the fact that if Mitropoulos continues to run at this pace, he can do a pit stop extra compared to his direct opponents and still be ahead, proving that free stops might be the way to go if they will be going for free stops. It remains to be seen what's in line for his teammate Kirkos later in the race. But one thing's for sure, we won't be seeing Haris Mitropoulos for a long time in this race. He's been in the car for 72 minutes already, and he cannot push this above the 100-minute mark. So in less than half an hour, he will have to pass on the car to his teammate, and I'm expecting him to do so at the last possible moment.
Battle for P20 fight between Pirvu and Akbulut. Mercedes versus Honda. Aperta Motorsport versus PG Motors.
In the meantime, we need to see whether Victor Nicolai will have the easy mission of going past Ipek, if Ipek will make it easy for him as he did for other cars. I think he's catching him in the wrong spot now as we enter Maggots and Beckett's, and this might bring Sarkaya back closer to Victor Nicolai, because on the Hangar Straight this move might occur. Ipek has been racing a smart race, not battling way too hard with those around him.
What was that? What?
Yeah, he came out late from behind the Ferrari. Yeah.
Very risky, and Sarkaya gained a lot of time. He was 1.1, now he's 0.8 to 1 seconds, but Sarkaya will have to
now. Yeah, now he has to deal with Ipek, but they are, I don't know if they are friends, but they are clearly coming from the same league, and we'll see whether Ipek will make it just as easy now. Not the case. He remains in front of Sarkaya up until this.
He needs to get that now. He goes on the inside. Ipek does not defend, and the overtake is complete. The 720 McLaren overtakes the number 95 Ferrari for P4. Sarantidis, I talked about him 2 to 3 minutes ago. He gained already 3 seconds. to the battle for the podium. I just imagine what would have happened already if the 777 Porsche was had a better qualifying session.
Absolutely.
Akbulut still pressing Pirvu in position 25 and 26.
This is wild. They go through.
Oh,
Ipek is in the pits. Ipek is in the pits.
Finally.
Finally.
No, it's way too early. It's way too early for him to be over. His teammate needs to do more than 100 minutes now.
Contact between Pirvu and Akbulut. Pirvu has been turned around.
Yeah, I think there will be a penalty there. Akbulut not only touched him and spun him, but he didn't even wait for the fair play. Let's see. That's my opinion at least, but we have the live stewards. That's their job.
The NSX went on the inside at the loop, no space there for an overtake, and the contact was inevitable. Robert, I believe, has overtaken Psifidis. Ipek is about to come out of the pits. I think he lost places compared to where he was before. Siopis is gaining on Boltasu, and Sarantidis has, in the last lap, he gained more than 1 second to Nikolai and Sarkaya. Yes, Siopis now is half a second behind the number 54 McLaren of Boltasu.
Yeah, it's an interesting run there. The Audi goes strong compared to the McLaren of Boltasu. A lot of drivers have taken over the cars in the last minutes, and yeah, now we see almost everyone at play. I think one of the few cars where we haven't seen both of the drivers yet is the leading car, the Omega Esports car, where Mitropoulos keeps on running there consistently, leading the race compared to Miklea, who has some traffic issues now. Then it's Victor Nicolai with Sarkaya and Sarantidis quickly running since he took over this car from Mamulakis, who made the moves. I think this car is now starting to contemplate a possible P3. It's clear that the Porsche is a fast enough car, and now we saw both the drivers what they are capable of, and to me it seems clear that Sarantidis has his sights put on a possible podium here.
Seeing the pace that the two Roadrunner drivers have makes you wonder what went wrong with their qualifying.
Kokinis, the 131 was P3, but the race pace isn't there. It's exactly the opposite for the Porsche. The 131 Ferrari has lost 3 places, and the 777 Porsche has gained 8 places. There are so many. Only the top 2 haven't.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't specify. I was talking of the Roadrunner of Sarantidis and Mamulakis.
Yes.
Who seem to have an exceptionally good pace, but in the qualifying something went wrong, obviously.
Every second counts, I would like to say, and the first 2 cars, the 6 of Mitropoulos and 23 of Miklea, are the only cars alongside Boltasu with less than a minute spent in the pits, 59 seconds. And 58 seconds with 59 seconds. Also 1 minute for Nikolai and Sarkaya. Every second counts in this race and in this championship.
Yes, Sarkaya comes close to Victor Nikolai once more. So that gap seemed to be bigger than a second, and now it's once again decreasing. And also another gap that's decreasing is the one between Andrei Miklea and Victor Nicolai, now down to 2.1 seconds, as Victor Nicolai took more than half a second off Miklea during this lap. And I think here it looks like both cars are having a similar strategy. because Haris Mitropoulos is lapping massively faster than the two BMWs of Rapid Esports, which means that both Miklea and Nicolae are attempting very long fuel saving stints.
Sarantidis gained a second to Nicolae and 8/10 to Sarkaya. In the last lap he was faster than the leader Mitropoulos. He's on a roll right now and he's closing the gap to not only to Nicolae and Sarkaya but to Miklea also. He was 1.5 seconds faster in the last lap. The gap between the two Rapid cars is 2.1 seconds. Sarantidis has his eyes not even in P3 in the podium spot but in P2.
Another driver that we should keep an eye on is Aichicek in position 15, putting pressure on Oprea right now. He's the teammate of Ipek for Team Anatolia. We did a test run 1 week ago, if I remember correctly, it doesn't matter, where we saw some exceptionally good driving from Aichicek, and now he's trying to gain position, so that's another driver that we should look out for.
Yeah, he moved past Radesh Oprea now, up to P14, and yeah, his next target is 13 seconds up on the road. Panopoulos.
Sifidis and Robert also have a huge battle for P16. 0 point for the gap for the podium place position battles.
And it's Mitropoulos who is closing to this battle as well.
Nicolae went off at Chapel.
Whoa. Still ahead.
He's still ahead. He went a little bit wide. He lost momentum, but he had a big enough lead to stay ahead of the McLaren. He's under pressure, that's for sure. Sarkaya wants to get past as soon as possible. And you see in front of them, it's the 23 of Miklea, the other BMW, who is struggling for pace right now. He lost 3/10 in the last lap compared to his teammate, and Sarantidis is less than 5 behind the pair of Nicolae and Sarkaya. The battle is on, ladies and gentlemen.
Please make sure you give us a like. Do not hesitate to type your comment, your propositions, your ideas, whatever you want to contact us. And I would kindly ask Alex to give you the link to the sim grid where the league is hosted, where you can find the teams and all the relative news and the calendar and everything that you need to know. Please give us a follow there. And of course, do subscribe to the YouTube channel that you're currently watching, as we will be broadcasting the remaining 3 races through this channel for this season.
Season 0, as you call it.
Season 0, yes. Alex's idea, and I loved it.
Yeah, it gives us the opportunity to have our excuses. Not just drivers have excuses here. We decided to do a test race ahead of a test season, ahead of a real season. But this season looks as real as possible, as far as I'm looking at it. And these beautiful battles in the first half of this race, it doesn't look like a test season at all. The idea of it being a test season is just because we're now starting to get accustomed into running between ourselves in these free leagues. We only did that one event between Romania and Greece. Then it was another wonderful event that you guys organized, helping out for charity for the Greek wildfires. That was a beautiful grid, and we were lucky to be invited there and to take part to that event as well. But now we are trying to align and to make sure that we develop new friendships in the area between Romanian, Greek, and Turkish sim racers, and from then on we'll be reflecting upon what we're doing in this season 0 during the summer, and come back with a fully fledged season 1. With big marketing effort, some interesting prizes, and most of all open invitations to everyone in the Balkan region, because it's not just these 3 countries in the Balkan area. We just made the backbone of a championship that will be open by our calculations to 12 nations starting from season 1. But this is a different discussion, one that we might dig into during the final as we look forward to the future. For now, we have this Greece versus Turkey versus Romania battle that will keep us glued to the screens for 4 evenings, one in each of the 4 starting months of this year.
On the inside, Brokos to Boltaso for P9. The BMW is trying to keep the position. He went off track. I am not sure that it's an entirely legal overtake, but he gained the position. P9 for Brokos and the game space team.
Let's remind everyone that all the crews racing currently have the opportunity to report any incidents to our live stewards. There is a crew of live stewards watching the race and handing out penalties whenever they deem that it is necessary. A lot of work has been going for the preparation and for the first race of this Balkan GT challenge, and all credit goes to the guys who worked hard to bring it to life. The technical staff, the administrators, the live stewards.
It's a joint effort on all fronts. The stewarding team is a multinational one as well. So yeah, we kept them busy. But now we're in a really clean phase of the race, where we saw some incidents, but some of them were really clear cut. It was really obvious what's the penalty that should be incurred there. On the other hand, I am worried about those cars that are in battle, because they might be accumulating those track limit warnings, which might amount to drive-throughs later in this race. I've been looking these past few minutes to some live streams, and there are some warnings that the teams have gathered already from their early part of the race. So who knows? We do not wish for penalties for anyone, but they might have a big impact on a race that's as close as this one.
We are approaching the halfway mark in the race. 3 hours of Silverstone, Balkan GT Challenge.
Kokinis is off. Kokinis is off in Maggot's Beckett. This is important. The P6 car is in trouble now.
The troubled Ferrari.
Yeah, he lost at least 10 seconds there.
But he didn't lose a position. Takur now is 6 seconds behind him.
Yeah. One thing's for sure, now this pack from P2 to P5 is getting ever closer, because Sarantidis is pushing like hell there to close the gap to Sarkaya, Nikolai and Mikla. Clearly Mikla and Nikolai are up for those 80-minute stints.
Kyrgyz's tried to overtake Boltasu for P10. He had a very weird snap oversteer, and Boltasu regained the position. Kyrgyz managed to continue. That's a battle developing. Brokos is 1.5 seconds ahead, and Yilmaz 5 seconds behind them. Saradidis 1.3 now behind Sarkaya.
What you are watching on your screens right now is a Groundhog Day for Sarkaya. He has been living it every single lap behind the back of Victor Nikolai, but this Groundhog Day is about to change, as Sarantidis now is in the same screen. You can see that Porsche, that 777 car number closing in, so this will definitely add some difference in the journey of Sarkaya behind the back of Nikolai. Now he has something to watch on his mirror, except from the back of Nikolai in front of him.
4 cars, 3 seconds between them.
What more can you ask for? Yeah, I think that Sarantidis at the current pace that he's closing in might have some opportunities that Sarkaya doesn't really manage to find at the current time. I think that Sarantidis will be a bit more eager to cut his way through this pack. But I'm anticipating here. I think we'll get the responses really soon, as Sarantidis will be on the back of Sarkaya, I think, in a lap or two.
Between the three cars, Alex, between BMW, the McLaren of Sarkaya and the Porsche of Sarantidis, is any of the three that seems to be having an advantage in the straights, in the long straights?
I don't think the straights are the main advantage of the Porsche car, but you might have some clear opportunities on a track like this with the pace advantage that Sarantidis seems to have. But Sarkaya is going towards the pits. Sarkaya is out of this mix. He has had enough. It's the halfway point of this race, and there are some cars that have clearly went for free stopping with nothing extra added on the menu, just splitting the race in 4 segments of 45 minutes each. Sarkaya had all the reasons to pull out of this battle and try to run somewhere, anywhere in clean air. Let's see if he finds that clean air that he's been looking for, him or his teammate. But for now, that's for sure. It's Sarantidis' job to find the gap, to try to overtake the 2 BMWs ahead, because those 2 cars will not be pitting anytime soon.
Now, I'm curious to see whether Nikolai or Sarantidis will follow through and answer to Sarkaya's pit strategy.
I don't know Sarantidis if he's up for a free stopper. Maybe as fast as he's running, maybe not. But Mikla and Nikolai are definitely not going at the full pace of the BMW, which means that they will not be pitting anytime soon.
Sarkaya stayed in the car for a second stint. Now let's see. And if Sarantidis will be able to get past Nikolai. Sarkaya didn't manage to do it for 45 minutes.
Parthenis took over the car again from Petros Prokos in position 17 for Game Space Esports. As Sarantidis is closing to Nikolai now.
Whoever is on a double stint must pit within 8 minutes.
Yes, precisely. This includes the leader. Haris Mitropoulos is approaching his driving time limit, which is of 100 minutes. He's been in the car for 93 minutes already. So we are expecting the lead car to pit really soon. And you know what's going to be interesting? The fact that he's going to be behind the BMWs, at least for now. It's obvious that he doesn't have a big enough gap to Mikla to be able to stop and remain in first position. The BMWs will stay there for a longer period, so it's gonna be interesting.
Sarantidis is still behind Nikolai. Siop is in the pits. Second round of pit stops has begun.
Okay, let's have a look at the times of Aichicek. You were saying Lefteris, he's still lapping in 58s, way faster than everyone around him. He's up to 12th place, and he's clearly a car that might end up in the top 10 following that I don't know, very difficult, excruciating long stint that his teammate Ipek has completed. Now it's full on for Ajicek, probably for two shorter stints of about 50 minutes. And also, we need to keep an eye on the times that Sarkaya is doing. He's in 9th place. He did his out lap at 2 minutes 53.
Oh, Sarantidis is on in the box. Sorry to interrupt, but Sarantidis is in the coming to the pit lane.
Okay, this is good for him. He's not wasting any more time with yeah, he's clearly on a free stop strategy. That's obvious. More than 80 minutes remaining, but either way, both drivers have already been in the car. So we are expecting probably Mamulakis to step in and then Sarantidis to be in the car for the final, the 4th stint of this race. Sarantidis will be in the fight with Sarkaya once more, given that Sarkaya has pitted 1 lap ago, or 2 laps ago, more precisely. Let's see where he ends up compared to the Turkish McLaren that's now exiting the last corner. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight between the Roadrunner team and the Dennis Bank Wildcats Balkan GT team of Fatih Sarkaya. It's moving and Sarkaya is ahead.
Did the McLaren had small refueling? The gap is big. The gap has gone up, but I believe
Ajicek is also there. Ajicek is also there, and he's in this mix. It's gonna be crucial. Ajicek has one more pit stop to do, but Mamulakis is on fresher tires. Sarkaya, Ajicek, and Mamulakis are on similar strategies. I would say that all of these cars are still due one pit stop, but they will be racing each other in the upcoming period.
Tufeanu took over the car for LM. What? No. LM Corsa, but it's not the name of the team.
No, it's the Ad Servio team of Robert Prepelic and Cătălin Tufeanu. Tufeanu was just like Haris Mitropoulos.
Off goes Grikowski.
Grzybowski, yeah, he's sliding on the grass right now.
Yeah, he lost it at the entry of Maggots. The two rapid cars, 1 second between them.
And Kokinis is speeding as well right now from P4.
Takur goes up into P4 right now. The standings are changing due to the pit stop cycle. Kirias is also in the pits. Mamulakis has taken over the number 777 Porsche GT3R. His gap to Sarkaya is 5.1 seconds.
Tufeanu is all over Kochini's Honda right now. In position 19, he tries to squeeze himself in the corner and he does manage to scare a bit Kochinis. And what a bold move. Very nice move by Tufeanu and very clean defending by Kochinis. Well done to the both of them.
Meanwhile, drive-through penalty for car 32. It's the Audi of Atakan Akar.
Now there's an interesting development. Behind Victor Nicolae, you have Yannis Tassopoulos in another Omega Esports car. It may be down in P16, but that car might help out the leaders by not letting Victor Nicolae do his own pace there. Unlapping himself to the P3 car might be a good thing.
The leader who's in the pits, and Panos Kirkos has taken over the number 6.
Yes, we were expecting this. It was the last opportunity to do so. So now let's see. I think we will have the response in I don't know, 2 or 3 laps. We will see what Panos Kirkos is able to do. If he's running fast laps, then it's absolutely clear that he'll do 2 stints, 2 very, very fast and shorter stints of about 40 minutes each. If he's, again, lapping more than a second slower than what Mitropoulos was doing, then he'll be aiming to go till the end.
Nikolai yields to Tasopoulos' pace, and let's see if he can pull away right now, or he will try to, if you will hold up Nikolai. Let's see if that works.
Very interesting development, because the rapid cars are still on track. They haven't pitted, they follow their own strategy. Let's see, I'm very curious. I'm very curious on what's going on within the team. They had different strategies for the first stint. They are running now between them 1.5 seconds. And they didn't react when the 720 McLaren and the 777 Porsche pitted.
They
cannot
react. They cannot react. They need to sacrifice one of the drivers to do that longer stint. They are clearly committed to a 2-stopper, so they need to bleed time and hope that in the end their strategy will be the winning one. So now Kyrkos is behind those 2 BMWs, and he has now started his first flying lap. Let's see if he's in the 57s or he needs to pace himself. We might have some indications from the way he's driving the car, and onboard with Kyrkos would be of great help now to see if he's already attempting to fuel save or not. And also, of course, one other element that might help would be if some of our followers now can have a look on their live stream and give us the responses that we are waiting for.
Indeed, very wise suggestion. Sarkaya overtook Boltasu. Boltasu didn't put up a fight. For P4, the gap from the lead is 56 seconds. He's lapping 1.5 seconds faster than the BMW's. Is Sarkaya. Mamulakis he's in the 57s. No, sorry, in the 2 minutes 02. The leaders are in the 2 minutes flat. In the pits comes Furkan Ozkan. He was P9. Nikopoulos goes through, as well as Petsas, who's back in the number 131 Ferrari for Roadrunner Esports. They made the pit stop and they are 26 seconds behind their teammates now. Mamulakis and Petsas. Other battles going on track. It's Rosu with Christian Grabowski.
It's for the viewers and for Alex. He is Greek. He's Polish. He's born in Poland, I believe, or he's.
I remember him.
Yeah, you do. Okay, and it is Gzibowski. You do not pronounce the R. It's Gzibowski.
Gzibowski. Okay.
So, looking at the first flyer from Panos Kyrkos, it's a 57. I think the gap that they built in the first part of the race means that they are going flat out. It's going to be 2 short stints for him. This looks like, he's in full attack mode. He's melting down the gap towards the BMWs. Panos Kyrkos will pit again, and so will the BMWs, but now he has a huge pace advantage compared to the BMWs. He'll be catching them in 2 or 3 laps, I think, and from then on, it will be once again the Omega team sprinting ahead.
Will they put up a fight, though? That's the important thing.
I don't think they have the arguments to fight. I think it's quite clear the pace advantage is massive, and they need to stick to their initial plan. If they want to pull off an 80-minute stint in the BMW, it takes an incredible amount of fuel saving, so they cannot allow themselves not to hit their marks. So they will most definitely not put up a great fight.
They lose a lot of time though. Aichicek has overtaken Boltasu. He's P5 now. I believe the 95 Ferrari still has one pit stop left, if I'm correct.
Yes, one pit stop left for Sarkaya, Aichicek. I think for everyone now.
Yes.
There's one pit stop. But it depends. Some of them are in a crucial fuel saving mode. Others are sprinting with everything they have, like Panos Kirkos does.
157.9 for Kirkos in the last lap, followed by 58.2 for Sarkaya. I am not sure that Dennis Bank Wildcats understood what the Rapid team did with the strategy. Sarkaya couldn't get past Nikolai, and maybe now they are paying the price, but they have to be very, 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 very fast to make up such a big gap, 52 seconds to the leaders. Kirkos under 2 seconds from Nikolai. And who else is up for a fight? Momlex is P7, not making huge gains. He's lapping around the same pace as Sarkaya and Aichicek. Aichicek's pace is amazing. He's half a minute into his stint. Nikolai is 55 minutes into his stint. Maybe he has 10 more minutes into this.
25.
25 minutes. Can he do it in 25? If he makes it, then
he has to.
He has to, yeah.
This is what committing to a strategy means. You know you're gonna be slow at certain points in time, but you have to suffer, especially if you're not going for the biggest amount of pit stops, which means that you will always have the ultimate pace. They will be able to run at a faster pace once they will clear off these current stints, these long stints of Mikla and Nikolai. But for now, this is impossible. They need to make this count.
I don't think they can even use the slipstream to defend from Kirkos.
No way, no way. It's just a question of time. Kirkos will be moving past them in no time.
Junescu made a nice move in position 13th, now in 12th to overcome Christian Grzybowski, and Panagotopoulos is closing in. Let's move to Kirkos now.
Yeah, he's getting close, getting close. The grip difference is amazing. Wow, this Porsche can move.
And Victor Nicolai tries to defend a bit. He's showing the way to Kirkos. Not now. Wait for a slower corner. This might be the opportunity. Let's see. Of course, he's going to try to defend a little bit more.
Of course, on the outside. He has the inside of the loop. Can he do it?
Yes.
Yes. It's on the inside. Uses the body of the Porsche.
There is a touch there, but nothing cynical. And Kirkos has made his move past Victor Nicolai, who to defend once more ahead of Brooklands. Yeah, the BMW on the outside. He's trying to just to put some pressure there, just to keep the pressure off Andrei Mikla for another second or two.
Mamulakis is right behind now, Boltasu. Yeah, I think Nikolai wanted to remind Kirkos that we are here, even though we have two-stop strategy. We are here, and we will put up a fight as long as we can, fair and square. Now Mamulakis is trying to overtake the 54 McLaren. Will he go on the outside? Yes, he does. Another Porsche goes on the outside, but he cannot make it stick in the loop. He will try and do the switch back. He has better acceleration. and better tires than the McLaren. On the Wellington straight, he goes alongside the GT3 McLaren. He will have the inside for the next corner, the left-hander corner. And now he's in front. P6 for Mamulakis. And just remind everyone else, everyone has one more stop left to go before the end of the race. Serkaya is not gaining enough time right now from P4. Now let's see, Kirkos half a second behind Nikolai. I think that's another pit stop for the number 16 of Gramma. Will he go? Oh, the loop on the inside hit. Oh, there's a touch. There's a touch. There's a touch between the leaders. Kirkos bumped into the back of Miklea. He does not need that. He does not need to be that aggressive. He has a much more grip, and he needs to stay calm over this. He cannot go on the inside of Brooklands into Laffield. I'm sure that the Rapid team will be furious with this touch.
It was unnecessary, but it happens. It happens.
Yeah, of course.
It's not a rare occurrence. We're going for cops. Yeah, no Hamilton move there. That's okay.
Especially when there's so much difference in terms of grip. The braking stability is different between the cars.
I think this is the essential moment for Omega Esports. They have all the advantages in this race. They don't need to be mixing out with Rapid here. This mental challenge is the last one. Is the last one for them. You can see, Kirkos now flashing his lights. He's clearly unhappy with Miklea's defense. And Victor Nicolai is closing in once more. We see the Porsche being unsettled there as they break into stow. And BMW maintains first position ahead of the clearly faster Omega Esports Porsche.
And again they touch. Oh my goodness me.
Again, Kirkos should definitely chill and know that he has all the good cards in his hand. Now he's getting into a mental game where he shouldn't be.
It was very clumsy from Kirkos there.
Oh, and Victor Nicolai is now unsettled and he's almost he's off track for a sec.
Seems to me there is definitely some team radio going between them and they're frustrated. And they have every right to be.
Kirkos cannot get past to Miklea. Oh my goodness me, the race has changed a lot in the past 2 laps.
Yeah, it's incredible. Every lap that Miklea is still ahead of Kirkos helps their strategy. They need to reach the 80-minute mark and then pass on the cars to Sebastian Apostol and Dragos Simeon. This is the key moment of the race. Absolutely.
There is a disadvantage of the Porsche in the straight line speed. This is why Kirkos has to take so much risk through braking and has to stay very close to the BMW through the corners, which is a risk because
I don't understand why he's attempting some moves. Some areas are clearly not made for an overtake if the other one is not cooperating, and Miklea is clearly not eager to relinquish this first position easily. This is a wonderful fight. Yeah,
it's an opportunity that I
needs to defend, and he does so.
He's
on the outside.
No way from the outside. Oh, he squeezes him, but Kirkos still cannot make the overtake. Wow, I don't think he will try again.
Come on.
No, this is...
No. Oh, again.
And now Victor Nicolai comes on the scene. Yeah. This is incredible. This is incredible. It's the second time that Panos Kirkos is attempting that move into Vale, and this one has been even more frustrated than the first one.
The team has to tell him to relax and make. They got the wall. Oh my goodness me! No.
Now this is spoiling everything, and to my opinion, for no reason at all.
Yeah. If we were talking about having a good time, I think now everyone is boiling in anger in this situation.
Kyrgios is stopping. Oh, whoa.
He's stopping. Kyrgios has stopped. He has returned to the pits.
Could it be an engine issue? No.
There was a big contact with the wall, the barriers.
I don't know if there was.
Now it's for everyone to decide. Yeah, the two-stopper is over for the number 23 BMW. They need to come in for repairs. It has been wasted time with fuel saving because now they need to do an extra stop. They're out of the equation, and the answer is who can challenge Victor Nicolae for this win? Suddenly, he has been left with absolutely no rivals.
This is why the two cars of a team must be in the race, because now the number 19 is in clear control. The number 6 of Kyrgios is out. Kyrgios didn't keep his cool there. In the same corner, 2 consecutive laps. I think it was rust, and he should have waited for Villat to go on the outside and have the inside for the loop. Very clumsy, very eager for the overtake, and I think they had such an amazing pace. Even Panos had amazing pace. He was in the 57s, as was his teammate, and this is how you win a great result for your team.
I don't know if the team has realized, if they knew that they were in, let's say, in an advantage strategy-wise. I don't know if they understood that they had the advantage stride-wise or strategy-wise, or they got confused that this is a straight race, I have to pass now. I don't know. It didn't make any sense at all.
Miclea has returned into on track, has exited the pit speed. He's in P9, 1.5 minutes behind his teammate Nicolae. So they lost a little bit of time. Wow, what a turnaround this has been. Wow.
The car of Miclea doesn't seem to be... Yeah, if you can see from his cockpit, he's driving with his steering wheel turned 45 degrees to the left while he's in the straight. Definitely some suspension issues, and he has... Yeah. It's a nightmare now.
He cannot fix that. No, this is undrivable for more than an hour.
So,
okay, now it's time for the stewards to decide. But I think this can be analyzed patiently to see what everyone did there, because these cars, as it stands, Panos Kyrgios is out of the race. Andrei Miclea has that consistent damage there, steering damage or suspension damage. He can't keep it on the road, and in my opinion, he will be out of the points-paying positions. So we can expect the definite judgment of what we have seen in the past few minutes, today or tomorrow. And to me, it's important to set the right tone in this championship, to see what's acceptable and what's not. Yes, of course, Panos Kyrgios should have been patient, well informed. He had everything in his advantage to calm down. Andrei Miclea got in his head. He made him do several mistakes. Was it legal? What Miclea did or not? It's not for us to decide. We're just commentating here. You saw the images. Everyone has his opinion, and of course, the most important opinion is the one that the panel of stewards from our countries has assembled to investigate these incidents. We see the Rapid Esports car heading back to the pit lane, and it's gonna be a cruel retirement, in my opinion, here for two of the cars that were looking great for points. And given that this championship is quite short, with only 4 rounds, I think that this has massively tilted towards the 19 car. And also, I'm curious to see where the Aichicek car will be, the Sarkaya car, and Mamulakis with his teammate. They also stand a good chance now in the championship.
So, Michele is back in the pits for more repairs. 15 seconds penalty time for the number 6 of Omega, Kirkos.
Kirkos is also in the pits. Yeah.
Yes, still in the pits. I tried to rewatch the stream and see what really went down. I believe you can get away with the first dive on the inside at Vale, the first contact. The second one was very rushed, very clumsy from Kirkos, but after farm towards the village, the big one, I am not sure exactly what happened, because Kirkos goes on the outside of the BMW. The BMW steers a bit on the left. There's contact there. I am not sure. I am pretty sure actually that each team will blame the other one for the final, the big crash that happened at Village. It's very unfortunate what happened, and I am not sure that. I am pretty much sure that the stewards will have a lot to analyze and loads of in-car, on-board cameras to check.
In my opinion, whenever we have this level of competition, we will always reach the climax in situations when stuff like this is inevitable. Just look at the top ACC series when they're battling really, really hard for each and every tenth. So once again, to me, this is not a proof that the level is low. On the other hand, it's a proof that the level is very high. The stakes are high even in season 0, in a test season. Everybody wants to win, and these two cars have proven this. In my opinion, what I'm waiting for now is for both the drivers involved to be able to have a constructive and decent conversation between us, to apologize to the other if that's the case. In my opinion, nobody should feel like he's just an innocent party in there. They both contributed to what happened there, and from then on, it's off to the stewards and to settle on track in the upcoming rounds.
Well, I will agree with you. The incident does not set the level of the Simracers participating in the Balkan GT challenge. On the contrary, it shows their top level, because we wouldn't be talking about it so much, because it happened between two of the best, two of the most experienced, if you would like, and that's what makes it even more disappointing for the race that we will be watching, that it happened between two of the most experienced drivers. But it's a race. If Hamilton and Verstappen can do it, everybody can do it. But the most important thing right now is just to relax, keep cool, and go past it. And as Alex said, if anything positive can come out of discussion for it, then it should happen.
I believe we all agree that the second dive bomb from Panos was unnecessary, but the final crash, I don't know, I have to see replays, I have to see more angles of this. I am not sure what happened there, and yeah, I wouldn't come to any conclusion. I am not a steward, thankfully, right now, and yes, I am disappointed that it ended, this great battle ended in such a way.
Yeah, because there's 57 minutes to go, and that was a great battle. But okay, everything has an end. It ended as it did. And now we have Victor, Nikolai in P1 with nobody to threaten him. And we have an extraordinary Fatih Sarkaya, who has been chasing Nikolai for, I don't remember how many laps, for how long. Now he's in a well-deserved second place, and the man that we said that we should keep an eye on, it's Aichicek, who has managed to climb in P3, and we have that 777 Boeing engined Porsche of Mamulakis and Porsche, who have been doing nothing else but climbing, during the race, now in P4.
Ten seconds behind the podium. Meanwhile, Sarkaya has managed to halve the gap from the leaders, 32 seconds compared to the start of the stint. Nikolai is 1 hour and 13 minutes into his stint. Sarkaya is 32 minutes into his stint. 55 minutes to go, less than an hour. We are in the final hour of the race. A BMW leads a McLaren, which leads a Ferrari, and then a Porsche follows in fourth place. 4 different cars in the first 4 places. It was an eventful second hour of the race. We saw the leaders Panos Kirkos and Andrei Miklia coming, clashing and crashing. Miklia has gone from 1st to 18th, and Kirkos is last, 26th and last. I am not sure the car will be able to continue top 20, if my memory serves me correctly. Get points. The number 6 has the fastest lap, which means plus 2 points, but now it's 6 laps behind the leaders. 32 seconds the gap between Nikolai and Sarkaya, 1.5 seconds. Aichicek is behind the second place man, and then 11 seconds behind them is Mamulakis. And Boltasu now has Petsas, less than 2 seconds behind him. The Ferrari is gaining time and maybe a place. Everyone has 1 more stop to go.
The award for the best comment on the live chat from the ones that I have seen so far, that is, goes to George Rustemis regarding the incident. He says, well, at least we had some proper Greek drama.
I think all these countries are doing a good job in terms of drama. Yeah. Us in Romania, we're following a lot of Turkish soap operas, so and shows that are quite dramatic. We do our shows as well, but we know what's around. So coming back to the race, I love that comment. Now we have Andrei Miklia back on the racetrack with a repaired car after a very lengthy stop, trying to unlap himself from P4 of Mamulakis. You've been talking about that car. We've been keeping a close eye on a potential podium for that car, and it's of course still on the cards. They can even finish P2, but now clearly they do not have the pace of the repaired BMW of Rapid Esports that hasn't incurred any penalty during this race and is now continuing a quest for minimal rewards, I would say, points up to P20, and if you see them down to P18, they can move up a place or 2 or 3 by the end of this race, but no more than that.
Petsas on the inside of Boltasu makes the move for P5. Second road runner car in the top 5 positions. I would like to suggest to those watching and live chatting to keep it peaceful.
Yeah, I was about to say the same. Just relax, guys. It's an incident. It happened. Those things happen. For those who are watching motorsport races and sim racing races, they happen all the time. Keep it cool. It happened. It's over. We're expressing different opinions about it. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what we think. It's all now to the race stewards, and that's it. But for sure, one thing that you will have to agree, everyone in the chat, is that those drivers know what they're doing. They're very well experienced. They're very fast, and those things tend to happen more often to the fast drivers who are competing and battling in the top level. So just relax, accept it. It happened. Let's go. Let's move on.
And also, they will, of course, be always in the spotlight whenever it happens to them. It has happened to everyone in the pack. But sometimes our cameras were set on the leading positions, and we did not see a similar move made for P10 or P20 or somewhere in between.
Yeah, that might have happened that we didn't see it. Ajcek is closing on Sarkaya.
1.2.
And now he's in the box.
Is this the last pit stop for Team Anatolia? Very, very
Yes,
long
yes.
stint.
Ajcek has 2 stints of 50 minutes left after that first long stint. So he'll be sprinting towards the finish.
Can you help me out? Is Mamouliakis team to stop again, or?
Yes, here
Yes.
they have
Yes.
one more stop. I believe Sarandidis will take the wheel.
Yes. Sarantidis, clearly Mamouliakis cannot stay until the end of the race. That's for sure.
He's
And he's now
34 minutes
struggling.
into the stint right now. His last lap was 2 minutes flat compared to 1:59 from Nikolai, the leader. He lost 9 tenths to Sarkaya. Ajcek is coming out of the pits, lap 64. Panagiotakopoulos is fighting with Gunesu for P9 as the Ferrari exits the pits and is right in between them. Oh, almost a touch! Almost a touch. And the Ferrari goes off track of Ajcek. He keeps the position though, but he went off track.
And now Victor Nicolai is in the pits.
The leader in the pits right now as Giannakopoulos is fighting Voltasu for P5. The Honda NSX is coming strong in the final part of the race. The track temperature has gone down by 2 degrees compared to the start of the race. Giannakopoulos will overtake Voltasu easily. In the pits comes Sarkaya, excuse me, and Mamouliakis also. Top 3 in the pits. Dragos Simeon will take the wheel of the Rapid Esports BMW for the final 48 minutes and 27 seconds. And where is Ajcek? He lost a lot of time on his outlap. He went off track, I remind you. Now let's see.
Still behind Gunesu.
Where are the others? Still haven't left the pit box. Ajcek on the main straight, the national straight. And he has overtaken them both. Drive-through penalty for number 7 track limits. Alex Enache. And Ian or Enake, maybe Enake, for PG Motors. So, Ata Aydogan comes out of the pits behind Tassopoulos, and Polemarchos Sarantidis is 1.6 seconds behind him. He gained 10 seconds in the pits. So the Turkish team lost a lot of time in the pits. It was a 43 second stop compared to 34 seconds from Ajcek and 32 for Sarantidis, the 777. The Porsche of Sarantidis is chasing a podium. Now let's see, Aydogan is right behind Tassopoulos, the 998 Aston Martin, almost a touch.
Oh, so close.
Very close at Abbey. And now through Village, very deep on the brakes for the McLaren, takes in the inside for the loop, goes for the move. Tassopoulos goes wide on his own, loses a position, and now Sarandidis is behind him, flashing the lights to the Aston Martin. Will he let him through? I don't think so. Asopoulos is still between them. And now...
Yeah, he lets him through.
He lets him through, exactly. That's the battle for third place right now. Ajicek made an amazing stint last time out. Now who has to stop one more time? It's Boltasu, for sure he's 1 hour into the stint.
Also, P2 and P3 will most definitely stop. Also, Guneishu will stop.
Highest top speed goes to Alex Boama, the Digital Racing Squad, number 26, Aston Martin, 252 kilometers per hour.
I can't see who is having the fastest lap right now.
It's the number 6.
Kirkos and Mitropoulos.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. They
that's why I cannot see the purple color on the board.
Yeah, it's still that 57.340 that remains the fastest lap, despite the fact that now we see some drivers pushing quite hard in 57s even.
Less than 45 minutes to go. Last pit stops. Tocinis and Tufeanu. Drago Simeon leads from Panagiotis Petsas, who is in second place. George Giannakopoulos third. 10 seconds cover the top 3, but Petsas and Giannakopoulos still have to pit one more time, as does Boltasu in P4. Now let's see. Aydogan is half a second behind
Grzybowski.
Panagiotakopoulos pits for mistake Maxim. He was 6th, I believe, 7th.
So does Tassopoulos behind him.
And Tassopoulos final pit stops.
Aydogan is pushing from backwards and Begets to get past Grzybowski, as he can see in his mirror. Sarandidis already having a look.
He needs to pass him quickly because Sarandidis is half a second behind him. Now let's see, can he do it now? Grzybowski defends. Oh, slides! Slideways! Through Stowe, and the McLaren gets past him. Very early on the brakes, it's the Audi, and Sarandidis cannot get past through. He loses time, he loses a lot of time now. The Audi gets out of the way. The Porsche is through into P8. 1.2 seconds the gap. And we still have 42 minutes to go. Ajicek does personal best time, 158.3 for the Ferrari of Team Anatolia.
Nikla is having a go at Kyriazis.
Battle of the BMWs there.
Oh! Very aggressive defending from Kyriazis. Just before the braking point. A change of direction.
Gave a good scare to Andrei Mikla.
And to Stathis.
I got a little bit scared too. Very aggressive defending. Bit borderline.
We will see the final pit stops for several crews still. We have Mistrano in the pits now. Mikla is becoming a bit impatient there. Again, attempting what Kirkos did on him. He's showing himself in areas where you can't really overtake.
That is 0.6 from Aydogan, but let's see now if Mikla can get past.
Pit stop for P3, Yanakopoulos now.
Last pit stop?
Yes.
For the Honda.
Nice run for that car. It was always in a fight. And we also have the fight between Boltaș and Ajicek now, with Ajicek closing in on the McLaren. And as they go through Maggot's Beckett, the Ferrari moves up one place. It was very important for Ajicek not to waste time there. He knows that Aydogan and Sarantidis can close down on him. But now Ajicek is the clean favorite for P2 in this race.
Amazing comeback.
Yeah, we saw that Ferrari struggling, but the struggle had its purpose. That long stint to make sure that 2 stops is a viable option had to be sacrificed early on. Mm-hmm. That pace wasn't that bad, it seems, because then Ajicek could do his stints and climb back up. 2 stops seemed the way to go. This race will be won on 2 stops in the end.
Track position plays a big role in making this strategy work.
Of course,
you need a little bit more luck to make it work. The rapid BMWs were about to do it, but number 23 had the crash with the number 6. Unfortunate crash. Yeah,
had the Omega esports team won this race, they would have done it probably on 3 stops.
Yes.
So anything could have worked there. But the most interesting thing was whenever these 2 strategies were overlapping on the same bit of track, when they had to make work a certain strategy bypassing another car at a certain point, and whenever they weren't able to do so, frustration was mounting. It's not just that stellar case that happened at the front of the pack, but also in other areas of the pack. We had different strategies at some point colliding.
Prokos versus Konstantin for P10, side by side through the Wellington Straight. McLaren and the BMW. There are many fights along on track. Prokos goes through. And now Sarantidis is 2 tenths behind Aydogan. This is a battle for effective third place in the race. But when you are leading and you had such a big gap, a 50-second gap for the number 6, and suddenly you're in a situation where you need to overtake 2 cars to win the race, it's very difficult mentally, and your world changes and your approach is changing, and you shouldn't be that eager, and that you should use your... It's normal for a driver to do what Panos did. It's not something that hasn't been done before by top drivers. I've done it too. But this is racing. It happens, and if we learn from mistakes, then we become even better. But yeah, I'm not gonna comment on the final crash. No.
Yeah. Anyway, our experience is complete now that we see that famous Senna quote arising in our chat. Oh. Thank you, Nikos.
Yeah. Oh, of course it doesn't always. will appear. Petsa's in the pit.
Yes, Petsa's in the pit, and also Juche has a stop and go 30 seconds. This is usually a speeding in pit lane infringement. I don't know if it's the case, but if it's automatic, usually it's for this. If it's from the stewards, they will let us know. But Aydogan and Sarantidis are in a very crazy spot now. Yeah. They caught up to Boltashu.
He's struggling a lot.
Yeah, he's struggling a lot.
Oh, he goes even off track to avoid contact with Sarandis, and the BMW.
I think it's for the best.
Yes, they are in a different strategy, different race.
And now Guneishu will move aside. Yeah, he's clearly signaling his intent not to block Aydogan, and Aydogan benefits massively in his battle with Sarantidis. Let's see now if Guneishu suddenly realizes that he can employ some defense against Sarantidis. I'm sure he will not cooperate as easily. Let's see. He's being chased by Sarantidis. Boltashu is out of this fight for now. He will remain in a battle with Guneishu maybe.
He has to do one more pit stop.
Yeah.
Oh. We had the disqualification
of the number 23 car. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now you have the verdict. You have the verdict. It's as clear cut as you want it.
The 23
is Mikla.
Mikla, okay. So the stewards blame for the final crash before Village the BMW. Yep. That's their verdict. Wow. Wow, huge development. Huge development. Unfortunate situation, but sometimes stewards have to make such decisions, and I'm very sad that it had to come to this.
I think it happens when you look at even the biggest names in real racing or sim racing. They have this edge. They cross the line at times, so it might lead up to this as well.
They pay sometimes they pay the price. I'm sure they will be eager to fight each other and be determined to beat each other in the next race. 100% sure.
Yeah. We made all the preparation, and we were expecting this race as a friendly contest. But of course, whenever you have sim racers, you will have clashing egos. You will have the best of the best in each league trying to battle out for the same square centimeter of track. So sometimes they might reach out to this. Yeah.
Oh, Sarandis almost lost it at the exit of Abbey. Went on the curves a little bit too wide. He lost half a second. He kept it on the road and lives to fight another day. But yeah, I cannot argue with the stewards. They have all the angles, and
absolutely, they took their time to decide. It's been a while since that crash occurred, and now we have a resolution, and we can easily move forward towards finishing this race. And of course, I'm really looking forward for the next contest, because I think now's the time to calm down, leave it aside, either by winning or losing, and it's no point in getting it even more spirited.
One thing is for sure, that the stewards are showing to every direction that they will be strict in this event, and I'm not saying that
everyone appreciates. It's a common value that's at the base of this championship. So nobody is gonna see, I don't know, situations like if you remember the SRO sprint final in 2021 with peer pressure from popular drivers and stuff like that, reflecting badly on the stewarding. So now that we know that the stewards are there and they will be strict, you know what to expect in the upcoming races.
Saratidis goes for the overtake. Oh, can he do it? He's choosing the switchback. He cannot overtake right now. But yes, if you break the rules, you have to pay the price. And the rules are for everyone. It's the same for everyone. You break them, you get the penalty.
Yeah, it's good to know that although it's season 0, the administration and the stewards are showing to every direction that we will handle it properly. We will not go light, and that's a good thing to know for the participants and the viewers for the future seasons.
It doesn't matter if you are first or last. Doesn't matter at all. But yes, I think this will lit a fire in every direction for the next race, and it's gonna be even better, even better. I'm looking forward. Suzuka can't get soon enough.
I completely agree. I look forward for that. Looking back to this fight, it's been a while since Güneşu is doing a very fine job of protecting Ayçiçek and Aydogan by keeping ahead of Sarantidis. He moved aside, Aydogan passed for P3, and now Sarantidis has lost more than 3 seconds as he cannot find this gap to move past Güneşu.
In this race, only the number 32 Audi of Ren Demirbakan is in the place where the car has started. It's amazing. Drago Simeon has gained 7 places. The leader, the number 95. Ayçiçek has gained 2 places. Aydogan 3. 83 of Güneşu 6, 777 of Sarandis 8. Boltasu the 54 has lost 1 place, and Koginis has lost 4 places in the 131 Ferrari. Yanakopoulos has gained 1 place, the 213. The 555 of Prokos has lost 2 places, and the 9087 of Kyriazis has gained 4 places. Now Sarandis is very close to Güneşu, but still cannot get through. This is the problem with the Porsche. Doesn't have the straight line speed, and he has to find another way to overtake.
Great job by Güneşu defending that raging Porsche. What we were saying in the beginning of the stream, is this a track that favors most the Porsche? Theoretically, at least.
Yes, we can look at the various world classifications of fast laps and qualifiers for the biggest events, and you can see the Porsche is always there in the leaderboards.
Last car to pit. Boltasu is P8 right now for White Racing. Sarantidis 3/10.
Yeah, I'm looking now at the AOR hot lap standings, and yeah, we can see some of the fastest laps are being done in the Porsche. It's a Porsche 123. And in second place in these standings, where you have a lot of very, very good names from all over the world.
This is an opportunity.
You have the one and only Haris Mitropoulos.
For Omega team. Oh, he barely touched the sausage curb, Sarantidis.
But what we're watching now between the BMW and the Porsches proves that, in theory, yes, it's the fastest car, but finishing ahead of the BMW is another issue.
He goes for the inside. Oh, he cannot overtake still.
still good car control there from Sarantidis, who is becoming impatient for good reason here. He has a run now, a clear run.
Much better exit. Much better exit from Laffield and Woodcote on the inside for Cobbs. I think he will do it, yes. Yes, Gunesu concedes the place. Concedes the place. Does Gunesu have to pit? He has done 2 pit stops.
I think so. Haven't seen this car that high in the classifications, so I think we're expecting one more pit from that 83 car.
He's 1 hour and 2 minutes into the stint, so one more pit stop for the 83, which did the job for Aydogan. 2.6 seconds the gap. Let's see if Sarantidis in the next 25 minutes can catch Aydogan and overtake him for the podium, which will be a very, very deserved podium for the 777, as it will be for the 720. And of course, the 19 and the 95 are way ahead of them in the first 2 positions of the race. Less than 25 minutes to go. First race of the Balkan GT Challenge, brought to you by F1 Action. 3 nations, 30 cars, 10 from each country. Romania, Greece, and Turkey. Turkey, Romania, and Greece.
We haven't seen much of the leader because there's really no contest there now that from the leading trio there's only Dragoș Simeon remaining in a clear run of 25 minutes remaining towards a victory that seemed quite improbable. Let's not forget this car has started the race from 8th position, despite that crash, that incident between Mikla and Kirkos, that only involved 2 cars. The rest of them have been beaten on pace by the number 19 BMW. Then it's Ajicek with a wonderful performance up until now. He has almost 10 seconds in hand to Aydogan, and Aydogan now made a mistake because Sarantidis is once again really close to him. Those 3 seconds are gone, are absolutely gone, and everything that Gunesu did for Aydogan has been absolutely demolished by Aydogan's recent exploits. Sarantidis can once again hope for P3. His hopes were getting slimmer and slimmer as he was sitting there behind that BMW of Gunesu. But now we are looking once more towards the possibility, if Sarantidis makes the move, to have all the 3 leagues represented on the podium at the first race of the Balkan Challenge.
I have a good question coming from the chat that I cannot answer. They're asking why they see a yellow flag constantly on.
I responded to that on the chat because it happened in our league as well. Whenever you manually disqualify a car in ACC, a yellow flag near the start-finish straight will always be on display until the end of the race. It's very annoying for the drivers and, as you can see, for the viewers as well. So yeah, that's the explanation. It doesn't make much sense. Of course, there is no hazard on track. There is no event, and you can see that from the mini maps as well. There's nothing wrong except that a DSQ will just keep that yellow thing there.
Thank you for clarifying.
The report from Stuart says that the 23 has been disqualified for brake check.
All right, brake checks are clearly transgressing the regulations. So if it's very easy to detect the inputs on a replay, especially if you play it at lower speeds. That's the common procedure. If there was an input on the brakes of the 23 car where it shouldn't have been a braking zone, then it's clear cut.
good thing for Omega that Max Verstappen wasn't driving for the other team and couldn't get away with brake check. Anyways, Sarandidis is closing on Aydogan of Ata Aydogan, because there is another Aydogan racing. He's in P24, Balkan Aydogan. He just lost a place to the number 7 of Alex Enake. There are still many battles going on. Panopoulos is less than a second behind Alex Poama for P10. Giannakopoulos is trying to catch Kokinis for P6. Also, another battle is going on for P14, Konstantin and Tufeanu. The gap is coming down under 9 seconds. And oh, did Panopoulos make a mistake? Because he made a mistake. He lost 2 seconds to Poama. Sarandidis half a second now behind Aydogan. I believe he has the pace, but it's not an easy car to overtake. This McLaren, and especially the Porsche, is hard to make an overtake with, as we saw throughout the whole race.
Just to remind everyone, Alex, regarding the scoring system for the countries, it's the top 8 that count, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's top 8 that counts. And given that we started with 28 cars, Romania and Turkey only had 9 of their 10 entries in this race, and now a couple more are out. Of course, the disqualified Romanian car cannot score. Neither does I think Kirkos and Mitropoulos. They've been in the pits for quite some time, for 20 plus laps, but other Greek cars will be better classified. But anyway, if you're not in the top 20, you're not gonna get points. So we'll be adding points for 8 cars per country. I think Turkey now has a good chance of scoring big. So we'll do the additions after the race, and of course after all the incident reports that might take place.
Let's see now. Sarandidis is very close to Aydogan, who chooses to go on the inside. The Porsche goes on the outside, brakes a little bit late. He cannot make the overtake right now. The two drivers will fight till the end. 18 minutes of this. Still 18 minutes. Another lap completed. We are on lap 80. Track temperature 29 degrees has gone down by 3 since the start of the race. A little bit wide from Aydogan. The pressure is high. And Gunesu in the pit for his final pit stop. Trumagoc and Beckett. Now. And Chapel. And now onto the hunger straight. Polemarchos, Sarandidis versus Ata Aydogan for the last podium place. Are we gonna have the 3 different nations in the first 3 places? Let's see. It's not an easy battle. Sarandidis may have the pace advantage, but it's not an easy place to overtake. It's not an easy track to overtake. Although the race has produced amazing battles, some more heated than others, but it's been a race worthy of an opener for the series. Yes, Alex?
I'm thinking that now we're starting to gather some data about these drivers, and we've seen Sarandidis in the fights in his first stint in the race, and sometimes he has been quite cautious in battling all out. Let's see what he's choosing to do now. Yeah, defense, good defense there by Aydogan, but Sarandidis will try to keep it on the outside. No chance. As long as Aydogan doesn't make a clear. Ooh, what a switch there. Yeah, that's impressive. Absolutely stunning, but Aydogan remains there. There's no one behind. Kokinis is 21 seconds drift, so it's all to play for between these two cars. I don't think Sarantidis has the grunt and the speed to try to reach Aichicek if he ever moves past Aydogan. So he has 15 minutes to make up one place.
He has to be creative. He has to use his imagination and his car's abilities to come close and have a dive on the inside or even the outside. I don't know. Aydogan is defending brilliantly for the past 20 plus minutes of the race. It's amazing. Now they are on the hangar straight. Well, Lemarchos is not close enough. He's not close enough now, but he's very, very, very late on the brakes. And now, through Vale and onto Club. Can he do something about it? No. No. After Abe, we see Aydogan choosing a very weird line. Also, Sarantidis goes through the opposite way around for the past couple of laps. Now, let's see. Let's see what they will try and do. What is their strategy? Look at the Porsche gaining through the corners. On the inside goes the back. Very late on the brakes from Sarantidis. Can he keep the inside for the loop? No, he can't. No, he can't. Can he get a better exit though after the loop? And
is there any more drama here for the finish of this race?
One might say so. I think Sarantidis is trying to force Aydogan into a mistake.
Yeah, that would be the easiest way.
Yeah, he must be closer to Village because through Abe he's way faster. Way faster. He must be close, very close through Club. And try and overtake into Village. Get very close through Abe and far and then overtake through Village.
Yeah, in there. That's a good combination of turns. Yeah. There you can try on the inside and the outside in that complex. So yeah, it remains to be seen. But time is ticking. 13 minutes remaining for Dragos Simeon, Aichicek, and then this battle between Aydogan and Sarantidis, which is clearly the most important fight. There's also a fight for P10 between Alex Poama and Panopoulos right behind him. Again, something to battle around points paying positions. Aris Panopoulos can bring a top 10 for Omega Esport. It's a battle between the Aston Martins there.
Let's see, now Sarantidis is closer than the last lap through Club. This is what he needs. This is what he needs because he's much better through Abbey. Let's see.
Or maybe traffic. Maybe traffic so will give a solution because they're closing up to back markers now.
The McLaren goes again very defensively. Sarantidis chooses a different line and he cannot do anything about it still. He needs a much better exit from the loop and he doesn't have the traction to attack the McLaren, which goes on the inside, goes back onto the racing line, and the same thing gets repeated every lap. Sarantidis must be creative, must be very creative to make this overtake stick. Aydogan, I'm gonna repeat it, he's driving brilliantly. Brilliantly, very solid defense. Because in racing, to achieve a great result, you don't always have to attack. You have to defend. Two back markers up front. It's the Bentley of Berkan and a McLaren. I'm not sure which McLaren is. Maybe it's Constantin. Yes, it's the 77. Oh, now a mistake! This is the mistake of Aydogan! And onto the hangar straight go the two drivers, side by side! Aydogan and Sarantidis! Let's see what Stowe is going to give us from the outside the Porsche! Is he brave enough? No! but has a much better exit. And now on to Club. Can he do it? Breaks much later. Keeps it
Not
on the
for now.
inside, Aydogan. Yes, Alex?
Not yet, not yet. The move is not done. There was a back marker in there, the Bentley as well. And Aydogan lives to fight another day there. His mistake was left unpunished, but yeah.
No, it's Sarandi's opportunity. Look how close he's getting. He's getting closer and closer and closer and closer. He has to do it. This is his golden chance from the outside. The 777. Can he keep it stick? Yes, yes, he does it. Amazing. This is what he saw. Oh, there's a touch. There's a touch. He used the body of the Porsche brilliantly, Sarandidis, and he's in front of Aydogan, who fought like a gladiator. But the Porsche is in front of him. I believe the damage was done through stow for Aydogan, where Sarandidis was much closer. He compromised the Turkish driver, his entry through Club. Sarandidis was very close to Abe, which is the corner. The Porsche is very good. It's at its best and made the move stick from the outside through Bilats and on the inside through the loop. 3 for the Roadrunner Esports car. Amazing overtaking move. Amazing battle between two amazing, great drivers. And this is only the start of the season. Yellow flag for number 7.
Yes,
Alex.
he's joining the track now, Alex Enake. In the meantime, this battle for P10 is exhilarating. Alex Pomo defends against Panopoulos. Mikineta is also there on the scene. And we have 3 cars there. Somebody else is off, not just Enake with big damage there.
Yeah, he gets out of the way.
So now Mikinete is also thinking about that possible P10. He's got a different car. That McLaren was very fast in the hands of Silvian Mikinete in the early part of the race. A bit less so with Alex Boltaș at the wheel, but now Mikinete is going for a strong race finish. Who's gonna get this P10? I think it's the last important position that we need to clarify now that Sarantidis has shaken off Aydogan, and there's no way Aydogan can respond. He's already 3 seconds behind. Then we see Kokinis, Yanakopoulos, Guneșu after his pit stop is down to P7. And Prokos and Kyriazis make up for more Greek cars in the top 10. Yeah, there are no less than 5 Greek cars in the top 10. It's the best represented nation, and I think it would mean that they will take the lead in the nation standings. It's hard to make the calculations now. Not the time. Now Mikinete on the inside of Panopoulos, and he forces it into stow.
Very nice overtake. Very nice overtake. He saw the opportunity. Panopoulos was trying to overtake Poama, but Mikinete came and with a snap of a finger, he's through.
And here I don't think that there's gonna be any cooperation, because only 7 minutes are remaining from this race. Poama will try to make the best for his case, and Mikinete will just try and overtake if he can. He seems to be faster.
Let's see. 2 compatriots. One in an Aston Martin, one in the McLaren. Mikinete has much better grip. A lot more grip.
And Poama defends. It's obvious. He doesn't want to make it easy. It's the end of the race. There are no different strategies and such. At this point, it's the race to the flag.
It's all to play for now. Kokinis.
Yeah, Aydogan has lost massive chunks of time. It was 3 seconds last time I told you about this gap, and it was like 2 minutes ago. And now he has lost another 5. Something's happening with Aydogan. I don't know if it's just fuel saving. It doesn't seem so. More like mistakes there being done. So Aydogan might not be so sure about his 4th place if he keeps on doing this kind of laps. It's surprising.
The gap goes down dramatically. Kokinis less than 6 seconds now. There's something wrong with Aydogan. Mikinete on the
Yeah, he's losing
On the
another
move.
3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, Aydogan is gonna lose 1 or 2 spots in this race. Panopoulos is not out of this fight. Yeah, I think that he has all the right to hope for something to happen ahead of him, because there will not be any clear communication, any clear cooperation there.
Pomo seems to struggle more than the two drivers behind him. Mikinet is faster than all of them.
And now Mikineta has a chance. He has a chance, but Pomo covers him off from one side to the other. Outside line there, and Mikineta stays in the right spot to be on the inside for the left-hand corner and make the move. He's leaving Pomo vulnerable to Aris Panopoulos. Yeah, side by side, the two Astons and Aris Panopoulos will have the inside into Brooklands. This seems as close as you can get.
He tries to hang on from the outside, now the inside for the last corner. Oh, there's a touch! There's a touch from between the two Aston Martins.
It was so predictable to have that touch there. It was coming all along.
He overtakes in the end. Oof, in the final 5 minutes, I wouldn't like to have a crash. Never. Never.
And now Panopoulos is ahead of Pomo. Let's see if he can escape. Yeah, not a good line into cops by Alex Pomo. He's clearly struggling. Let's go back to Aydogan.
Yeah, Kokinis and Yanakopoulos are sniffing one more place in this race. I don't know.
Also, I think that Prokos is catching up to Gunesh.
1.7, it was 1.93 seconds ago. Let's see, another problem for a Turkish driver.
Ayçiçek in the pits. Ayçiçek in the pits.
What?
What's happening here?
What? Oh, I think it's driver time. I believe it's driver time.
They made a bad calculation there about driving time. It didn't seem so, but now they know. Now they know that they cannot pull it off with these stops. Team Anatolia is in the pits, so their second place is off the cards. Their podium is off the cards, and now it looks like Turkey might lose out to the podium completely, because Kokinis has caught up to Aydogan.
And all of a sudden, Roadrunner Esports on the verge of taking 2 of the 3 podium slots. Wow! Wow, what a turnaround in the past 10 minutes! Ayçiçek is going to leave the pits. He's gonna lose another place to Gunesu and to Prokos. Whoa, no, what a disaster for the 95. I feel so bad for them, for Team Anatolia. Oh no, P8 from P2 to P8, a certain P2. I remember you saying that they are 5 minutes off in the first stint. They went too early in the pits. Now they are paying the consequences.
You are right. Yeah. And now they have to race with the other driver for the end of the race. Yeah, it won't be Ayçiçek because he has reached the 100-minute mark. Yeah, these are the rules. Yeah, they need to be accustomed with how these regulations are. It's very unfortunate. Their pace was awesome. Had they lasted 2 more laps with their first driver in that mammoth stint, they would have taken P2 for sure. Yeah, we also feel bad for them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now we have a fight for P3. 2 more minutes for Aydogan to try to resist to Stelios Kokinis. Will we have the 2 Roadrunner cars from Greece on the podium? Will we have all 3 cars? No, he's heading for the pit lane as well.
Pit!
No!
So it was
no more fuel for him. It was it's all lost for this Turkish crew as well, and now it's a complete disaster for them. I don't think it's driver time here. I think it's only the need for just a few liters of fuel.
There were the ones who pitted early. when they were fighting with the BMW, something went wrong with the calculations. Yeah, just Splash and Dash, and they are out. They go down to P7. Ipek will overtake him. Will he overtake him? This is why they lost 20 seconds in 5 minutes compared to Sarantidis. And now they are back in P8. Disaster for two Turkish crews in 2 laps. Prokos is right behind Guneishu. We might not even see a Turkish crew in the top 5. Wow.
Yeah,
What
we have a fight up until the last second of this race. Dragos Simeon has entered the last lap, that's for sure. He's about to lap Alex Poama, so P12 is about to be lapped. This has been a good race, I would say, if the top 10 cars are all on the same lap as of now. And let's see whether Prokos can make one more move until this race finishes. He's got a lap and a half for this move against Guneishu.
I am laughing with Dimitris' comment. Simply amazing in the chat. Let's see, Prokos half a second behind Guneishu. He has one more lap to overtake him for P5. Simeon is on Hamilton straight. Prokos cannot overtake now. Aydogan is 0.9 behind Ipek. But I think we should focus now on Dragos Simeon. The leader of the race inherited the lead when the 23, their teammates, and the number 6 Porsche of Kirkos came together in the most unfortunate circumstances. Round through the final, round through Laffield, and now through Woodcote, the final corner of the race. Dragos Simeon, Rapid Esports winners of round 1 of Balkan GT Challenge 2023. Congratulations to the number 19 crew.
Yes, it was a spectacular race. They had a lot on their hands. Everyone had a lot on their hands. Let's see who completes this podium. It's gonna be that 2-3 finish for Roadrunner Racing Team.
Here comes Sarantidis. Second place for Roadrunner Esports. Kokinis is 20 seconds behind. The battles for P5. Yes, Aydogan has overtaken Ipek for P7. That's a consolation. Kokinis is coming round through Woodcote and finishes P3. Amazing result for Roadrunner Esports. 2 and 3. Giannakopoulos for Elas Simex missed Apex, finishes P4. Guneishu will stay ahead of Prokos.
Yes, he seems clear now. No pressure for Guneishu to finish P5 in the final few corners. Prokos is gonna be P6. Aydogan and Ipek are second and third Turkish crews in the end, despite being the fastest of the SRTR contingent. Kyriasis will finish P9. Bringing up fourth BMW in the top 10. It's the best manufacturer for sure in this round. It's obvious. Despite losing the number 23 car, another front runner, there are enough BMWs there for this manufacturer to prove a point here. Despite Porsche having the ultimate pace and the fastest lap, that brings 2 points to Omega Esports Team Greece via Haris Mitropoulos.
Mikinet will finish P10 with a 54 McLaren, 998 Aston Martin with Panopoulos P11, Poama P12 with a 26, Konstantin 13th, 77 crew. Lefteri, I cannot say the name, I cannot remember how to pronounce Christian's surname, I am sorry.
Gzybowski.
Zipowski with a 9-3. Audi P15 is Oskan and UC37 Aston Martin. Tufeanu and Robert 93 Porsche. Graham and Daskalescu 17th in the 16 Aston Martin. Demir Bakan and Akar in the 32 Audi. 18th, 19th are Unal and Akyol. 61 Porsche, Savescu and Mistreanu in the 51 Mercedes, Kochinis Emsifidis 88 Honda, P21, Berkan Selvi in the Bentley 69 in the 69 Bentley, Ayodan and Albal in the 20 Audi. These are the finishers of the race. 9 laps behind is Enake and Pirvu in the number 7 Mercedes. They had a crash in the final minutes of the race. Kikos and Mitropoulos, they took the fastest lap of the race, 2 points, 34 laps behind. Keskin and Akbulut in the Honda 66, Spiropoulos and Labro 59 Aston Martin, and Miklea and Abasol, the 23 crew. They were disqualified from the race for an incident that they caused with the number 6. These are the final classifications of the race. 3 hours, 1 minute and 8 seconds. The duration of the first race. The 3 hours of Silverstone. Lefteris.
What a race! What a race! And what an I don't know. Nobody, I think, could have predicted the finish of this race, because it started as it did. Omega was putting ahead of the opposition early on, but then we had that turnaround and we had this drama the very last few laps, the very last few minutes. I hope everybody enjoyed it, but it was a great start of what we should expect to come in the near future, in the next race. Hopefully the top 3 at least will join us for a mini interview.
One is here, as far as I see, and I think we should start by congratulating everyone, thanking you for being here, thanking you for taking part in this race, and let's start with the P3 team. It was maybe an unexpected podium, but it was a solid race, and finally we have that Ferrari of Roadrunner racing team in here. Did you think at the halfway point of the race that the podium might be on the cards in a race like this one?
Tell us, Panagiotis.
The boys are not good with English, so I will speak for them. I will try to translate what they're saying.
All right.
Μπορείτε να μου λέτε στα αγγλικά και θα τους μεταφράζω. Ρωτήσανε αν το περιμένατε αυτό όταν ξεκινούσε ο αγώνας. Αυτό το αποτέλεσμα.
Όχι, είχαμε υπομονή και γίνανε και κάποια λάθη μπροστά μας και ευνοηθήκαμε και πήγαμε αρκετά καλά στο τέλος.
The boys are saying that, of course, they didn't expect this result, and was a few mistakes happening in front of them from other cars, and they took advantage of that, and that brought the podium.
This, if you wanna continue this.
Παναγιώτης.
Παναγιώτη.
Έλα.
Θέλεις να πεις κάτι άλλο?
Όχι, εντάξει, the kids consistency in the race, all good.
Λευτέρη, μπορείς, σε παρακαλώ λίγο.
Yes. Okay, so Alex, move on with the rest of the interviews.
All right, yeah.
They
It's,
didn't expect it. That's and I stick to the last phrase. All good. I think that
All good.
they got the best that they could today.
Every time a team scores a result that's above their most optimistic expectations, it's all good. Yeah. And it was all good in the end for the P2 crew as well. They were in a fight. We were making calculations for them for a possible P3 even before that dynamite move up front. They were clearly one of the fastest cars around. But the issue for the Roadrunner Porsche today has been qualifying. How important it is to qualify well. How much time did you? I'm sure that you calculated precisely. Did you lose by going through the field in that opening hour?
I did the qualifying. Qualifying was extremely difficult for me today. I didn't have any time to practice because of the holidays and all that. So qualifying didn't go as planned. We did lose many positions and a lot of time overtaking the other cars so that we can bring this result. And if the qualifying was a bit better, maybe today, with the bad luck of the other teams, maybe we would go for the win too. But I would like to thank, first of all, the FN Action for having us here racing, Turkey and Romania, all the boys that they came and raced with us. It was a fantastic day and an amazing result for us, both of our teams.
The first of many, I'm sure. We also
hope.
thank you for the show that you put upon. I'm sure that whenever you have a P2 or any position in the end of a race that has been so hard fought, and in all the battles that you have been during this race, it must be a big satisfaction for you.
Yes, of course, of course.
And finally, up to the winners, the winners that I think they went through a lot of struggles as well. The scenario was similar. Qualifying didn't really go their way, but afterwards things started to become better and better. First of all, I'll pass on the microphone to Dragos Simeon, who did the early stint. He did qualifying as well, and then finished off the race. How was it? How was it on your side? What was possible in a BMW against the fastest Porsche drivers around? And were you settling for P3, P2? What was the scenario before that incident basically put the win on a tray for you?
Oh, well, to be honest, for example, in qualifying, we knew that the Porsche will be faster than us. That was a fact before the race. We hoped for their degradation higher for them and that we would stick to, at the end of the stints. But we didn't expect it to go so fast at the end. And to be honest, after the two stints, we didn't think about the race, the win at all. So yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise. To be honest, when they did their second stop and they came behind us, and we saw that even with fuel save, we could go faster than them on the straights, and we can defend. At that moment, I hoped a little bit that we might win the race even with no incidents in front of us.
In the end, Victor was the one that had the prime spot in that battle. He was involved fair and square. Then I saw a glimpse of one of your chat comments a few minutes ago. Victor, you said it was an awesome race format. What was the challenge for you? You took, I would say, the harder part, the one with the long stint when you should calculate and do the fuel saving phase. In your opinion, this two-stop strategy was the best one on the day?
Hi, first of all, and thanks for all of this that happened tonight. The race was really fun. I'm glad we got the opportunity to do this, and I've seen some really good racing, with a few exceptions. And yes, indeed, the format I find very interesting because two types of strategies can work. You can either minimize the number of pit stops or you can go for the fastest pace. Today, honestly, it would have been faster to go for 3 stops and simply maximize our pace. But we knew, because we didn't get so much practice, that we can't really compete with the top guys, neither with the Greek Porsche nor our colleagues in the BMW. We couldn't really outpace them. So we said, okay, let's do it for the fun. Let's try to do a two-stopper. So that's how it began. But then I guess everyone knows how the race unfolded, and we got the win.
Was it at any point did you discuss prior to the race the idea of splitting the strategies between you and the sister Rapid team? Because in the end, it seemed like back in the day in our domestic league, it has happened often that two cars are sometimes imitating one another, and they don't really go and cover both strategies. Would have been a possibility to put the other car, which you said that might have been faster, on a free stop and have an interesting chance there?
No, we didn't really talk between these two crews before the race regarding strategy. So each car had full control over its strategy, and somehow we ended up having the same ideas.
It was very interesting for us to see this race unfold. We never knew what to expect. How long will every stint be? And as you said, Victor, this is what I would like to highlight at the end of this interview. A fact that in the commentary during the race we have also touched the fact that you might have different strategies, but at some point in time those cars will meet on track and they will need to make some moves, stay ahead of some cars or make some overtakes in order to make those strategies work. Whenever some of these moves aren't done properly, you see what happens. You saw it today, and I'm sure that you will see it often in the upcoming races as well. Things will start to get heated, people will get frustrated, but that's a whole different matter for now. In my opinion, we had a wonderful opener. I want to thank you once more. And if my colleagues want to add any further questions to the podium placed cars, feel free to do it.
I will pass the mic to Stathis.
I don't have a particular question. I only have to say congratulations to the winning crews. Amazing performances. For some of you, luck was on your side, but you finished the race. That's the important thing. And I am honestly really looking forward in seeing you in 1 month's time on February 11 at Suzuka for round 2. It will be an amazing championship race. Prepare well and show us what you can do and deliver a great spectacle for us in the booth and also for the spectators. Congratulations yet again. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you battling again soon. Amazing performances.
On my behalf, I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank Stathis for screaming his lungs out during the broadcasting. I would like to thank Alex for putting up with Stathis and his ears and staying at the broadcast for all 3 hours. It's not an easy task to do a broadcasting and keep talking for 3 and more hours continuously. I would like to thank all the drivers who honored us to this joint venture. and I hope they enjoyed it, and the viewers as well for keeping us company. And I only know one thing: I watch motorsport races, and I pray each time before the race starts not to be boring. And what you did today was to give us a hell of a race that no one can say it was boring, and I hope it was not boring for you as well. And there's many more things to come. I would like to ask you all to keep working with us because it's season 0. It's a trial season, and I would like to thank all 3 countries, all the administration crews and the steward crews, and everybody involved in creating this. And we will need a lot of help with it from the drivers as well and their cooperation to keep it going. Thank you very much, and I would like to clarify for the Greek audience that this is not an F1 Action effort. It's a joint venture between Racing League Romania, Simracers Turkey, and F1 Action. We're just broadcasting it from our channel. You can find everything about the league on SimGrid. Alex will drop the link to SimGrid once again on the live chat. Please click on it and please follow this Balkan GT challenge and stay tuned for the next race that it's coming up to nearly a month from now, and we hope that we will see you all again there. Thank you very much for staying for the stream. Thank you much for staying for the race, and I will mute myself now as we're going for the closing of this live stream, and I really hope that we will see you all again at the next race. Good night, take care, and have a nice rest of the weekend.